Welcome everyone to the Splash HD weekend event. Today we have Spyro 2 100% NLS run by Cameron and myself. I think today is going to be a really cool race. Looking forward to it. And on commentary we actually have Sir Randy Babande, or commonly known now as Randy Abuba and T-Bone. I'm not going to be on the mic too much because obviously the commentary team are really well versed with the category, so I'll be giving my little intro done. I'll be passing it over to Randy to set the scene.
Alright, hi guys. Yeah, as Logic just said, I'm Randy Booba, otherwise known as Randy Bobandy, and with me is T-Bone, and we're going to be doing a kind of best of two 100% race today between Cam and Logic. Not really much else to say. I think. What do you think, T-Bone? Should we just get into it? Give a nice countdown and just go.
I think we want to set the stage and give people a couple minutes to come in. As well. No, we don't want to do that. We want to set the stage.
No.
Well, Logic and Cameron are number 1 and 2 in this category, so it's gonna be probably a close race. It's not like we're having someone race at the bottom of the category, at the top of the category.
Yeah, definitely.
Logic does have the advantage on the leaderboards. He has a 6-minute PB, I think it is, right?
Yeah, it's something about that 6 minutes. Because Logic got like a 150 and Cam has like a mid 155, I believe.
Yeah, 156. There we go. So 6 minutes. Not that this is a race environment, so it's unlikely that but they could PB, but you never know. But
it is.
Yeah, Cameron has a 155 that hasn't been submitted yet, I don't think. Yeah, that's what Cameron said in chat. So we are getting ready. We're just making sure the runners are ready. And we'll be starting shortly. Okay.
Yeah, it's the thing with this category is that there's so much kind of volatility of it with especially bosses and if you miss a gem and stuff. So we very well could see, even though Logic has the kind of better PB, Cam has the skill to at least match Logic's PB, but he also
they're very
you never know. It's a no reset race, so
and we've seen on this channel that the quote unquote underdog, the person who has the lower PB, has been winning more often than not. So if Cameron's the underdog, which I would hesitate to give him that title because he's dominated this category for so long, it doesn't mean anything because he could still definitely pull out the win. Yeah. Randy, what's your prediction? Who's winning race number 1?
I'm going with Cam. I think Cam's gonna. He might not PB, but I'm feeling a solid run from him today. Okay. But I think it's gonna be close. I think race 1 will be close.
I'll pick Logic to be a contrarian, and also because I think Logic's cool.
True.
McCrody is right. Murkcast might win the first race.
All right, I think we're all good. So I'll just give it.
You want to do the countdown?
Yeah, sure. We'll go. 3, 2, 1. Go.
And they should be moving momentarily on the screen. Here we go.
You might see Logic will get ahead on the stream just because of the way we're capturing the stream and stuff, but as we use load lists, it's all fine that they're kind of quote unquote starting at different times.
Yeah. We'll probably always see Logic ahead just because, he's the one broadcasting, but it's not going to matter.
We already saw Logic, or not Logic, sorry. I have to switch the way I have my layout so that they're on the right side. I believe it was Cam jumped up and he went past 2 gem, which, granted is probably only, maybe a second or 2, but still it's a second or 2 that he won't have.
Yeah. So you're going to see a lot of interesting routing in these levels. There is a lot of backtracking that is required. So you're going to see it right here in the first level. The reason that Logic and Cam are missing so many gems, you're thinking, oh my gosh, they're missing so many gems, is they have to come back through here 2 more times because of this orb that is about to be started by both Logic. They just one of the lamps lit a little early, which is nice. But because of this orb right here, though, they have to shoot the lizard with rocks. He has to follow that guy all over across the level. And so it's just they have to backtrack because of it. Oh, Logic got caught by an NPC. And unfortunately,
Yeah,
the NPC takes away the flight power-up.
Getting caught by that NPC is definitely one of the worst ways to like mess up there, because like you said, it takes away the power up. You kind of get pulled to him, and then your camera and movement is a little wonky after talking to that NPC. So it's kind of hard to get back to like normal, because obviously you can skip him, so you're doing the inputs as if you had skipped him.
Yeah, and so if they weren't doing a race, they might reset over that because it's only like a minute loss. But you're gonna see, and even if you watch their PVs, if they make mistakes, it's a 2-hour run. You just kind of got to live with them. It's one of the nice. I think the coolest things about the 100% categories, the 120s, 117s, is you can make mistakes and you just got to live with them in a way that top runners in like any percent wouldn't do. If you make a mistake in any percent, you just got to reset, right?
Yeah, basically, that's like the big thing also with longer categories is that often you'll see people have really, really insane splits on like their first split because they'll reset if something minor goes wrong on the first split. But then later, if they lose like, I don't know, 30 seconds in like Breeze Harbor, they're not going to reset in the same manner as if they lost 30 seconds in the first level. But as we said, we're obviously doing no resets because
it's a race.
We'd be in Glimmer all day, so. But yeah, you're kind of, as T-Bone said, we have to make our way kind of back through, because this, I don't know, lizard, no, he's a mouse, I guess?
I think they're just lizards. They're gem lizards.
Well,
right? That's what they're called?
Well, yeah, but the guy throwing the rocks is a mouse. He kind of obviously gets to hear, and that's where you get the sixth one.
Yep.
Yeah. So you have to make your way back, and there's a couple orbs like that.
Ooh,
makes for interesting routing.
There we go. Logic had a little trouble with the last lizard. You can see here they're just cleaning up the gems, and they're gonna have to exit through the portal.
They also paid for the bridge. I believe it would either be the same speed or maybe like the tiniest amount faster to do a. You can jump on the torch there, and then skip paying for the bridge, but it'd be way too inconsistent, and you have to do it twice.
Honestly, it's
and that's more of an any percent kind of strat.
It's a 2-hour run. Why bother? You know.
Yeah. Also, yeah, coming out of Glimmer, Cam's about 13 ahead.
Yep. So. And so we'll keep an eye on it. We won't do it for every level because I think that takes away some of the just intrigue. If you know exactly where everyone is at all times, we'll definitely do time checks. Once in a while.
We'll also do a bit more time checks, like T-Bone said, later in the run, because especially these first couple splits, it could go back and forth because there's a couple orbs that are just pretty much RNG, and if you get not great RNG, then maybe there's 10 or 15 seconds back the other way, and no one's ever truly ahead until you're done with hockey and fish.
Yeah. So we'll see that. And we might see them do slightly different routes in some places in terms of like gem routing, just based on preference.
Yeah, again, you have to kind of... The one thing with this category is you would think maybe, it's better to just, like, go get an orb and then go do the other orb. But with this category and with a lot of the levels, you kind of are doing multiple orbs at once. Like this one, you go and start the evil spirits and the statues orb, and then during that you go get hockey and finish that, and then
because that's
your
again
whole
one of those
routing is based on that.
One of those level design choices that the original made to make you have to go all over the level.
Yeah.
So as runners, you just gotta figure out, where the statues are, where the gems are, and just kind of weave back and forth. So you'll see, Cameron's going around the back of the evil spirits temple to grab those gems, and then he'll start these couple statues. He'll get more gems, hockey, more statues, and so on. Is Cameron gonna ride the rocket? Oh, nope.
That rocket.
Always a chance he might do it for style points, but He
That
decided
rocket
to.
is so inconsistent.
It is.
Because it just goes... There are some rocket rides in this run, but that one is not one of them.
Will it logic try? Nope. And not because it's the not. I'm not suggesting because it's efficient that it's not, but you know, this is the race we're showcasing the game. We might see that they show off some neat things that may not be the most efficient things.
When he was doing more runs of it, I believe like Groxu and Cam and Logic were maybe trying to figure out a route with that rocket to do a rocket ride for something, but it just nothing
Right.
worked, and it just always ended up being a bit slower than anything that we currently have, I believe.
But hey, if you're a casual player of this game, or you know, you're just messing around, you can ride those rockets.
It's true.
So that's always a fun thing. So it's time for hockey, everyone's favorite orb. So the key to not wasting time on this one is just making sure you can read the pucks. The pucks do drop randomly, but there are patterns where if you've played hockey enough, you know, and these two have, ooh, very nice drop for Cameron on that second puck as well. You know.
Yeah, Cam's getting
some good pucks.
That's a really good hockey one, except for that last one.
Yeah.
The other, like, if that was like a normal last puck, that would have been like a 135, I think. But it's just because he got it
just that last
shot
puck
past him. And you can see, like, Cam finished at 129 on the hockey one, and Logic's just getting rolled with this third puck.
Unfortunate.
Hockey 2 is a bit more consistent. There's still some RNG to the drop, but for the most part,
there's a lot less patterns.
You can always get it. It's just how long it takes you to get it. Whereas, like the one that Cam just got on his third puck, that was like the best puck you could get because it just comes straight at Spyro. But then you get one like that where it kind of just misses Spyro, but you can still collect it. And like T-Bone said, it's all about practicing. It's all about putting in the time with hockey to kind of learn those patterns, learn those kind of things that happen from time to time.
Right. So we're going to see Cameron clean up right now. Very nice hockey for Cameron. I'd say a pretty fast hockey, all things considered.
Yeah, it was a pretty good. He only really had one bad puck on phase 1, and then hockey 2
was fine.
Pretty decent.
So we're seeing Logic is going to finish it up as well. And as Cameron is just going to clean up the level, get the rest of the statues and the rest of the gems that he did not get before. And, you know, and just because of hockey, now it's going to appear that Cameron has a big lead, but he could also get messed up at the fish in the next level, and then Logic can come back. So it's really hard to say who's ahead at this point.
There's a lot that can happen, like like Hurricos, if they miss one of the jumps, it's that's like 20 seconds. So
there's a lot that happen every level. You know,
it's like there's so much throw potential in.
I was just talking on an
MLS.
RNG standpoint.
Oh yeah.
You can't control the hockey pucks. You can't control the fish.
No.
You know, if you miss a jump, that's on you.
I think somebody was saying this is for OG. I forget who it was. Maybe it was like Zachary Lawrence or somebody. He tweeted that he got like a PB or something, and he had like 28 fish, and 14 in a row were red.
Wow.
So hopefully we don't see something like that. Normally fish are decently kind, but like normally it's just they just are slow.
I mean, the worst I've gotten was like 4 red fish out of 10. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're hoping for no red fish. You'll take 1 or 2. Starts to get aggravating as you get 3 or 4. So Cameron's entered Isle Springs. This is another level again where he's going to start one orb challenge and then do other ones. So this is Bud's puzzle. He requires you to do 3 puzzles, which are not really puzzles. I guess that first one's kind of a puzzle, but if you know the answer, you know the answer. And then here is the fish that we've been talking about. We'll see if Cameron gets good fish or bad fish. And that'll help. If he gets good RNG, he could definitely extend his lead over Logic. Oh, the fish taking some time, though.
Yeah, that's the big thing with Reignited fish that it seems to me, is that it's not so much that like you get a lot of reds, it's more just they'll just
the
like
fish are
stop
just-
coming out.
You see Cameron, and all that wait for another red fish.
Yeah.
But now they're coming in fast and hot. So, you know, a bit of a trouble with the mid fish, but as long as this last one's not red, you know, that's not too bad. That certainly could have been better, but it also could have been way worse. We'll give Logic a chance too. So you can see here, this might give an opportunity for Logic to catch up on stream if he gets better fish.
Yeah.
Oh, and so far, so good. We'll see how the rest of them come up. Very steady on the fish. Oh, and the last one's red. But still, I think that was a better fish for Logic than it was for Cameron, so he'll get a little bit of time back just off of that. Totally out of both runners' control. But nonetheless.
Yeah, it's just all up to the fishy gods.
Yep.
At this level, there's the upper section where there's a bunch of gems, and normally you kind of do this upper section not necessarily in reverse, but you kind of end it where you should start it, or what, like, because you're normally not supposed to enter a certain spot.
Right.
You're supposed to come out of that spot. But...
Right. I mean, like most Spyro levels, they were designed with exploration in mind, rather than...
That was a very, very interesting route from Cam, where he got... Normally what, and I think what you'll probably see Logic do is just get the gems first and get a couple of the hula girls and then go up. I don't know if he's practiced in this. Whereas Cam got all the gems except for one basket, which he got after, and then got the hula girls kind of in one lap instead of two.
Yeah, I've not seen that. I've usually seen... So that must be a newer little strat.
He did it with mouse and keyboard.
So, yeah, I don't think you can do it with controller.
No, you definitely couldn't turn sharp enough.
Mm-hmm.
You also, in this level, you have to make sure that you end... not end, but you have to make sure that you get all the gems at the end of the level, because if you miss a gem, you get warped back to
Beginning of the level.
the beginning of the level once you finish Bob's puzzle. And if you miss a gem at the end, well, you're running.
Yep. But on the bright side, that's why the gem round is like that, because we know Bob's going to warp you back to the beginning of the level. And so you saw Cameron, go up on the upper levels, make sure you got all the gems, do that nice jump to the waterfall, which you're not intended to do, which you'll see Logic again do in a moment. Because again, Toys for Bob wants you to explore the level. Not Toys for Bob. Sorry, who was it? Psyonix? Activision? I don't remember who was the original. That's bad on me. But the original level designers wanted you to explore the level, wanted you to see different parts of the level from different parts, so you can say, oh, how do I get up there? But of course, since we're speedrunners, we just kind of abuse level design to do weird things. Like this teleportation to begin the level. And Cameron's going to get the last couple gems, and we're off.
There's the first three levels of good old Summer Forest finished, though. And you'll see one thing that was kind of really nice with 100 NLS compared to 100 with level storage is there's almost no backtracking to the levels. There's 2 levels where you have to go back because of power-ups and
Level
buying
design.
abilities and stuff. But
That's about it. 3 levels.
otherwise,
You have to backtrack the Summer Forest too.
Yeah, but otherwise you don't need to. When you go into a level, you can complete it 100%. Even though, like for example, Glimmer, you're supposed to have climb to finish it, but
yeah. So you'll actually see when they finish this homeworld, they will
abuses.
not be at 100% because they have to come back later with the ladder power up, climb power up.
yeah.
All right, Hunter being the true villain of the game here, hoarding all these orbs. By the way, just thought we'd call that out in case you didn't know. If you're new to Spyro series, then you know Hunter's the true villain of the game. All right.
Something to mention here is that they're both playing, I believe, on 50 FPS. You can play this. We're allowed to speedrun and submit to the leaderboards on any FPS between 30 and 60, and inclusive of those two as well. But they play on 50 because I think Cam might play on 48. Maybe they both play on 48. But they either play on 48 or 50, so the game looks a lot nicer than it does at 30. But they use it kind of. There's some wall glides that it helps, and I know certain players like Cam, and I believe Logic as well, basically says that he doesn't play as good on lower FPS, so he enjoys playing on the higher FPSs as opposed to other players like
Cameron can make
Groxu and
these
myself.
jumps real quick. Oh, and he missed the second fan blade. So this is going to cost Cameron some time as he's going to take the backup route to get those gems as well as to just complete. And Logic took a death as well. So you can see that these jumps are sometimes difficult.
Yeah, definitely.
So we're seeing Cameron use an exploit we found for this orb. I don't remember who found it, but basically the enemies for this orb are stored up here. You can see Cameron has already killed 8 of them. And so we're going to use this backup route to grab basically these, 12 gems, 14 gems, as he was trying to use the fan blades to get over here, but it just didn't work out.
Yeah, there's essentially, to get over to that upper area, normally you have to slow down the fans, and
Logic's
that's
gonna take a
an
shot
extra
at it.
animation and all that stuff.
Logic will take a shot at it shortly.
Yeah, but
I didn't see what Logic did to fall in the drink.
yeah, I'm not sure. He must
Maybe he missed the jump spot. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, probably. But yeah, basically you can, if you
Let's see
time
if
your
Logic
jumps
can pull
right,
it out.
you can jump on these fan blades, and you can also kind of do what Logic did. And normally you can take some of that momentum, like he was trying to do, and get there. What he also needed to do was, or what you could have done rather, is jump onto the second fan and then jump over, or another jump that was found recently, I believe by Groxu as well, was you can just jump straight over there with a little bit of a wall glide, but I think that wall glide is like quite
It's a very
difficult.
tough wall glide.
So you're gonna see Logic do the same thing as Cam, where he kind of has to go kind of back through this area twice, and
I remember
Get
sitting
all
with,
that
with
stuff.
Toasted Cat trying to find that wall glide. You know, he had a lot of difficulty with it, and Logic tried to use the fan to get over the wall. Didn't quite work, so he's got to run around.
you're gonna see Cam kind of just cleaning up these last few enemies and stuff. He has to get to 17 or 18, or it's 18, and then he'll have one more to kill, just to get the strong chest with the supercharge, because you can't get it if you don't have the supercharge gate
Nope.
open.
There's the 18th enemy. So he's going to, again, use the... We haven't really talked about that trick, the perfect hover, where you do a jump, quick glide, and then use the hover to get extra height to make jumps that you're not supposed to get. And you can see,
Yes.
you saw Cam utilizing it on the little windmills. And you'll see Logic utilize it on the windmills as well. You'll see them utilize it in a lot of places. It allows you to, as I said, get to places that you're not supposed to get to. And it's something that runners will, that Cam and Logic will exploit throughout the runs. Cam's heading into Sunny Beach now. Logic's going to finish up Pericos. So Cam is with an early lead, but we're only 20 minutes into the run. And this is going to be about 2 hours, so.
Sunny Beach, I would say, at least for me, when I was doing a few runs of this category, Sunny Beach was definitely like the toughest category for me to do well. Often because of the there's an out of bounds that they do. There is timing with the
Turtle boxes.
flame power up.
Yeah.
Turtle, and just like getting all the gems. It's a very, very tight level that needs a lot of like very, very good movement.
So you're gonna see Cameron try this out of bounds right here. Very nice. I think Roxu found that one. You can just, instead of waiting for the turtle to open the gate, you just go through the wall.
That's been known about for like a long time. It just wasn't used because of kind of the volatility of it. But now that we've, at least some of the top runners have kind of like figured it
Adopted
out.
Yeah.
I think, I want to say that Night Shift, he didn't find it because it was like known. But he was the first one to, I think, try it in 40 orb runs. But then I think he kind of was like, yeah, screw this. Like, I keep dying because you can often get like an auto hover bonk and die and stuff. So
It's a very volatile trick, but you know, when you're near the top of the leaderboard, you have to do these volatile tricks to push the time down. So unfortunately, you know, we don't have a skip to the third turtle, at least not in this direction. So you have to
no.
get him up. You can skip this third turtle from the beginning of the level, but that would require you to skip most of the level. I don't think that they've... At least we haven't routed Invert under NLS like that.
No, it wouldn't. It definitely wouldn't be
No.
faster to do it just
You
because
still gotta
there's
get all these gems.
all the gems you gotta get and all the stuff,
See,
and you have to get up to
through
turtle
the wall.
soup.
Ooh,
Yes.
very close, but he got it. Now it's time for turtle soup. So you just don't need to watch Cameron for a while. He's going to do that for about 3 minutes. It will. Probably will allow Logic to get to turtle soup on screen before Cameron finishes it. So that'd be exciting, at least.
Yeah, I think turtle soup 2 takes somewhere in the vicinity of like
A minute and a half.
Yeah, I was gonna say like it's like a minute 40 or something, but
Yeah.
it's just there's so many turtles. I think there's 12 turtles.
10.
Okay.
There's 3 turtles in the first one, and then 10 turtles in the second one, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just a waiting game. They come out the same like pipes every time, but it's just waiting.
And just making sure you actually get the turtle into the water. Sometimes if you just get the angle just slightly off, it won't make it. Because again, you know, they want you to hit the turtle a couple times and like be frantic and be like, oh gosh, I have to knock this turtle in the water, but here's another turtle coming. But well, we've figured it out pretty much where you can get all the turtles on the first try.
See Logic kind of nailing that pipe jump. Doing that jump onto the pipe skips the need to come back with climb, because that's how a lot of these kind of levels work, where there's an orb that you're not supposed to get on the first visit. You're supposed to come back with whatever power up, whether it be swim or whether it be climb or whether it be head bash.
Oh, Cam correct us. Easy escape found that out of bounds.
I knew somebody found it, but I just couldn't remember who. So thank you, Cam, for informing.
It's definitely newer insert implementation in the runs.
Oh yeah, it wasn't implemented for a while because it was basically, like I said, it was kind of seen as, you know, it might save a little bit of time, but my god, is it like annoying and hard to get. Okay, and now we're gonna be seeing Cam kind of try to go for this jump across. He's gonna try to get to the upper area with this flame power up, and then he bonked.
That bonks. Oh.
And he fell.
So he's gonna have to go back. He's gonna have to do this too, which could cost him some time if he can't get through, unless he activates the turtle instead. So that'll give Logic a little bit of chance to catch up if he can nail that jump. It's just a touch jump, you know, because you don't really have time to set up for it. You just gotta go. And so this is the time pressure that Cameron's on. He's gotta get these turtle boxes, all these gems. He's gotta get the last turtle box in the beginning of the level as well. And timing is very tight. Let's see if he gets it. Ooh, just barely. You can see how tight that is. Like, you make one mistake on your movement, as you saw when he fell in the first attempt. Like, he would have had no chance to get it. So Cameron will go ahead and get through. We'll do a time check after this level. So an opportunity here for Logic. If he can just nail this jump across the gap on the first try, he'll make up some time, Cameron. Let's see. And very nice. So as long as he doesn't miss with his throws, or his fireballs, rather. Very nice.
Oh. We're seeing Cam start Ocean Speedway.
All right.
Logic,
very nice.
The big thing with this speedway is that these the cycles are a bit annoying.
Yep.
But the like cars are like horrible for like their hitboxes just not working.
You just miss
they'll
the car
sometimes
the
like
hitbox.
Yeah, they'll sometimes like bonk you, or you just miss them completely when you should have hit them. It's just quite an annoying speedway.
So Cameron does have exactly a minute lead on Logic as they exited Sunny Beach.
Okay.
I think Logic definitely got some time back simply because he nailed the turtle boxes on the first try and didn't have any trouble with it. Whereas Cameron, of course, had a lot of trouble with it.
Yeah.
So again, opportunity here because we're seeing Cameron making a couple of mistakes on the speedway as well. Or if Logic does not miss, the cars, he can get a couple seconds back. So Cameron on a 101 on the speedway. Oh, but he missed the gate. That's unfortunate. So again, there's those little things like that. That's 4 or 5 seconds that, and a bonk on the gate as well.
What these runners could do is in speedways, if you pause directly after like getting the final thing and it says 400 and 400 at the bottom, you can actually just pause and skip the flying animation.
Logic had a little bit of trouble with the boats too, so a couple seconds slower.
You can still do the orb with it, so it would save around like 4 to 5 seconds.
Yeah.
They don't go for it because if you
miss it
accidentally, if you quit retry on like 320, then you have to redo the speedway, which would be like about a minute probably for every speedway, give or take a little bit. But
so you're gonna see Cameron already completed the challenge, but I didn't get a chance to explain because we were watching Logic. So if you watch Logic, you are supposed to be following Hunter through these rings, but we decide not to do that as runners. So Hunter goes through these rings, they turn green, and they start to shrink. So the idea behind the casual part of the challenge, you just follow Hunter, you go through the rings before they shrink. We do the rings out of order. So while Hunter is on his pre-prescribed path, we do get some rings, and then we start getting some extra rings. So by the time we're at this stage, where he's at with 13, 14, Hunter is still, you can see Hunter flying up there, going after rings that no longer exist, allowing us to freely grab all 20 rings, because it doesn't matter when you go through the rings. It just matters that you do, and Hunter doesn't get through them first. So if you collect a ring before Hunter does, then you don't have to worry about it. Alright, and Cameron is entering an Aquaria Towers, just as Logic is exiting Ocean Speedway. So Aquaria Towers is a very lengthy level in terms of the power-up distribution. So we'll see them do a little bit of backtracking a couple of times. They're going to have to go through the level one time pretty much casually, because they have to collect gems. They have to fill the water, fill the whole place with water as well. And so in other categories, there's actually a skip utilized in this level, but skip would be slower because you swim slower than you charge. I believe is the reason they don't do it.
It's more just that there's the gems you have to get
Yeah.
throughout the entirety of the level. It just kind of
Yeah, it doesn't make
doesn't
any
really
sense to
work
skip to
out
the end.
to like skip to the end.
If you want to become famous, bigfollows.com. Thank you to our friend CPNF Saboteur 353 for helping us become famous.
But yeah, again, as we've kind of been talking about all the levels where there's just like kind of going to the end, then backtracking through everything. That's kind of what this level is. This level is very, very much so designed for backtracking, going to areas you've already gone to, which is why there's like some gems that he's missed, that both runners have missed, because they're going to be going back through them to get like gems from killing the sharks and from doing the seahorse mini game.
Disclaimer: don't actually click that link in the chat.
Yeah, don't.
But if you're wondering why we have 31 viewers and 70 followers, it's because of big follows.
It's true.
For sure. So, yeah. So we'll see them finish up these levels. Difficult thing about this big area is the gems are so spread out. So if you miss one, there's a chance that you're going to be swimming around for a while. Sparks does have a thing where if you click the thumbstick, he'll home in on the nearest gem. The problem is, because there are gems below the level, Sparks will not. If you miss a gem up here, Sparks might home in on gems below the level instead, just because they're technically closer. So the runners do need to know, exactly where the gems are, and obviously they have their routes prescribed at this point where they can get gems, while they're on the manta ray. You see Cameron is collecting gems on purpose while he's riding the manta ray, as well as Logic is swimming around to get gems that are not in the manta ray's path. So these gems right here, this bottle, I think that's probably what I find most interesting about the category is the gem routing. There is, in a lot of cases, spots where you can do a little, interesting routing, and I'm sure there's always, ways to improve the gem routing. We're not nearly at the top of this category.
That's the thing with full completion categories, because a lot of these gems you wouldn't really ever see in a any percent or like a 40 orb run, where
Right.
You only need a certain amount of gems. Because we need all of them, it doesn't matter that they're like 2s and 1s and or 5s or 10s or 25s. You just have to get them, so it allows for some kind of creative, like you said, routing and decisions being made about when to get certain things, just because you absolutely have to get it.
So one thing to watch both runners as they do the Seahorse Tower Challenge is watching Sparks. And you see Cameron actually went out and got Sparks. The way these laser grids run, it would take too long to wait for them. So you'll see a lot of the times the runners will just damage boost through them. If they're, if they can't do it. So they do have to watch out for Sparks, while they're going after the seahorses. Dylan, it's definitely optimal for any percent. Don't listen to Randy. Absolutely. What does Randy know?
Getting those 1s and 2s.
Yep. So yeah, and you can see how these gems are so spread out. It's easy to miss them. I have missed the last 2 5 gems so many times that are on top of one of the towers, just because I don't think to go up there. I mean, I've missed them enough times that now I know I'm going to miss them, so I don't go miss them. But especially when you're trying to learn this category, and I think these are the ones Cameron's going to go at the back of Tower 4. Not Tower 4. Back of Tower 5 and 6, right?
Yeah.
Something like that.
You also saw Cam hit the fodder that he got was a blue butterfly, which means that he got 10 fodder. So he's not going to be able to, unless he gets sheep manip, he will have to dodge at least, I believe, one of the hits.
Yeah.
And if he doesn't get sheep manip, he should, dodging the second attack is the fastest because it's only 2 instead of 3
No problem, Dylan.
attacks.
Anytime.
Yeah, we shall see. Because, like I said, normally you want to enter. He's also entering at blue. Normally you want
outside the
to.
portal. He might go grab them real quick.
Maybe.
So there's a trick that's absolutely essential any percent, but the runners are not as essential in 100%, where you come in with a gold sparks, but you've already killed about 7 fodder. So yeah, he's gonna. Oh, nope, maybe not. Nope, he's not gonna bother. And then allows you to skip one phase of Crush here. But the phase is only like 5 seconds, so in a 2-hour run, you know, it would take him more time to go get the fodder necessary than it would to just do that last phase.
I guess with the. I think Cam should be skipping one of these earlier hits because it's only two attacks rather than 3.
He did get good sheep RNG though, so if he can get a double hit, he might get away with it.
Well, he only entered on blue, so he got 4. So
Yeah.
he was at the same as if he entered on gold and got 3.
Oh, that's fair. You're right.
Um,
So we'll see if Cameron gets the double hit on things. So you can see the optimal strategy for this boss fight is to just let Crush hit you, because once he hits you, he struts in victory and makes himself vulnerable to your attacks. You can see here Cameron is just using the dodge here because he needs to.
he could have taken the hit, but basically what he, sorry, I'm ahead. I think.
You are ahead.
I want to see if I'm ahead. Yeah.
You are
I'll
ahead.
say
If you're
it in
watching Cameron's stream.
I'll say it in like 20 seconds when it happens. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah, so he dodged the blue twice, so he could have, so he dodged it again. He could have taken the hits, but I think he wants to have at least green sparks going to the next level.
Well,
because he wants to collect the gems that are hanging out in the homeworld.
Yeah, so what I was gonna say was, when you finish Crush, if you finish on 0 sparks, basically normally people will just quit game continue at the beginning of this homeworld. But instead Cam decided, whatever, I'll take the couple seconds here and then not have to quit game continue. So it kind of works out that, you can, I think...
So, we'll see what Logic does in a second. If he's going
there are 2 sparks early in the level.
Oh, I've never seen that trick.
Yeah.
That's cool.
I
love it. Every time I do these races, I see something new. So that was a cool trick by
Logic
Logic
to
to
and you
avoid the
don't
hit.
take damage.
Yeah.
I think the streams got refreshed, so
Yeah.
Cam kind of jumped a bit.
Yeah, Cam jumped a bit on your screens. No big deal.
But we'll see what he did on Logic's stream as well. But yeah, Cam's just kind of making his way through.
Oh no, he got refreshed, so he's on. It's the same thing on Logic stream. He just paid for money bags, the bridge. So, this level's pretty standard. I think we don't do any tricks like you would do in any percent or 40 orb, just because you have to get all the gems. So there's no sense of skipping areas of the level like you would in those categories.
It's also
we will see him do a little cutscene abuse though, Cameron, where he'll trigger the cutscene and then go through that dynamite bottle, and not take any damage and collect the gem. So that's nice. And you can see, if you're looking at Logic's stream right now, we do a minor skip where you just jump on this torch instead of getting all the NPCs and making them into a cutscene to fill the bridge for you.
And the tricks you do in any percent or 40 orb involve kind of taking an intentional death here and duplicating some souls, but because you have the gems, It's just faster to not
Right
do
here.
that because it would waste something like 13 seconds.
Yeah.
So you might as well just pay for the bridge, and plus you have to get the gems up the bridge like Logic is doing now.
So Cameron is playing with George, which I think people love George. Although he's not keeping George on screen, that monster.
I will at some point.
You see, George is a little bit slow in his pathing, so Cameron's just kind of hanging out. There's George. So George is a hungry lad. He eats 3 salmon. I don't know where he puts it all. He's got a small belly, but, you know. He's got the metabolism of a giant. At least the George escort mission isn't as bad as the Shorty escort mission. George keeps moving.
Yeah, George always moves.
So that's always nice. So Logic's just hanging out with George now. As Cameron goes ahead, he's going to have to get the last couple gems in this level. As well as do the last orb challenge, which can get a little jank. In the way that the spiders will, or the Dracolites, what they're called. Look like spider things. Will sometimes spawn without spawning. Which can be annoying. This, we could see potentially, there is always a chance that the game will mess up. And say a Dracolit is respawned without respawning it. I think the solution to that is to restart the level, which would be unfortunate. I haven't seen it happen too much.
I'm also on 0 sparks right now. I should be fine, but
Yeah. Yeah, the Dracolites don't do any damage. He is a little slow, so a couple of them are going to respawn. You say he did kill that one at the beginning, so it did respawn. But that's okay. It's better than killing it at the beginning and then it not respawning.
yeah, absolutely.
That tanked my last 100% NLS run. It just soft locked right there. The last Dracolit didn't respawn. So hopefully Logic has the same good luck and the game doesn't fuck him. Screw him. Whoops. Gotta bleep me, I guess.
Whoa.
But I feel like Logic is getting through the cave a little bit faster, so just a little bit of chance here for him to claw back some time.
Yeah, the issue was Cam didn't have sparks for this section, so he had to touch every gem manually, so it took him a little bit to kind of get all
here. Okay, very good. Cameron is starting the Skelios Badlands, so this is another level where, there is a skip to the end of the level, but there's no sense of doing it because you have to get gems, and you have to get these bones to do the greatest orb in Spyro 2, which we will see Cameron be completing shortly. And this is a level, again, where they wanted you to backtrack a couple times. You can see that power-up is meant to give you invincibility, so you can walk on lava. But Cameron just did a little bit of damage abuse to go collect the bone instead. And then here, he'll
with this
use
level,
the rock and then charge through it the 3rd time instead of shooting it 3 times.
With this level, there's a lot of damage abuses that you take. I think there's like 3, maybe 4, but
yeah, we're gonna see him do it right here.
If you mess up and then you're at 0 sparks, it's like this level then becomes very, very scary because if you die, you obviously have to go back to whatever the most previous Zoe.
Yep. So Cameron is doing a very nice job so far. Definitely a clean level.
Yes, very
getting the bones, collecting the gems. So he's going to go out of bounds slightly over here. You're not really supposed to come up here to do this. You're supposed to get the invisibility and walk up those lava steps, which will allow him to get to this cave.
Yeah, I guess.
Break the mystery bar and get the last 2 bones as well. And he has to make sure, that he collects all the gems in this cave before he gets the last bones. There are 2 gems behind this guy. So very risky to kill him before the bone drops. Or to kill him before you get the gems, because if you collect the bone before you collect those gems, then you're teleported to here, and we're going to see the greatest cutscene in Spyro 2. Everyone hands up in the air.
if you're not flossing at home with this skeleton, then I don't know. I don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, I don't know what you're doing with your life. But if you didn't get a chance to floss the first time, now you know what's happening. Get yourself ready for when Logic does it. So that's another rocket, by the way, you could ride, but there's no sense of him doing it because he needs to collect these gems. But if you want to ride rockets, you just flame him and jump on top of him.
Logic also just got hit, so he's on 0 sparks, so he's got to be playing a little careful here. He doesn't want to accidentally bonk and stuff on certain enemies, and again, he has to then touch every single gem.
Yep. Luckily, these last couple of gems are in chests, so as long as he charges through the chest.
Yeah.
Nice. No, Cameron just trying to skip, having to go around to get up there. Having a little trouble. There we go. So he's going to do a little
that's why he
exploit
picked
there
up the rock.
to break the gem thing with the rock. The gems will teleport to him and he can start the sword challenge. And there's the flossing again. I hope you floss at home. And so right now we're saving the villagers from the dinosaurs. The dinosaurs drop eggs and then somehow become like T-Rex things instead of pterodactyls. And they have a specific path. So as long as you know the path, you can't fail the sword challenge. And so Logic's going to, of course, do the same thing that Cameron did, where he is going to skip up to the orb challenge for the lava lizards. And then shoot the bottle with the rock. You see the gems teleporting to him. You're going to go right to it. So you're going to see Logic, just like Cam, probably wait at a bunch of eggs because he knows the pattern. So here, as a result, they don't get very far. Yep.
You're also seeing them guidebook back to Autumn Plains from these first couple levels, just because it's a little bit faster loadless, because after every single level, besides, I believe, Glimmer, there is a cutscene, which counts for loadless time. It's normally about 2 seconds, then you have the flying out of the portal animation when you can't move, so it, like, adds up to be a little, just like a few seconds faster to,
Yeah. So, you'll never see him go through a portal except for Glimmer, because you have to.
Yeah.
But for most levels, they're going to exit level. Or in this case, you'll see Logic again, he's in a guidebook, just to skip the cutscene at the end of the level.
Now time for a very, very scary level. I mean, all the levels are scary with all the tricks and stuff that they're going to be doing, but Scorch especially, because it has, I don't want to say one of the hardest minigames, but one of the most BS minigames, that being
Time-consuming minigames.
Time-consuming, and sometimes he's just not in the right spot, and he'll just snipe you, and his shots will just take a weird bounce off a wall or something, like.
Or he'll soft lock.
Yeah.
Which is
Bombo or
unfortunate.
Bob is a bit inconsistent sometimes.
I think we actually saw Bobo soft lock during one of the 40 orb randomizer races, if I recall correctly. So, it can happen. Hopefully it doesn't. But,
You're also seeing them kill all these enemies because they need, I believe, 20 or 21. I think it's 20 to open up the power up. Because if you don't start that power up, then you can't start the orb mission.
Yeah, so you see them go out of their way to get all these enemies in this back corner, like Logic's doing right now. Which again, if you were playing, any percent or 40 orb, you would skip entirely. Not every level is going to kill enemies in, but this is just one of those ones where the power requirement is very high. So Cameron's on his first Bombo run. And it does get annoying, because if you are hit by one of his bombs, you just start the race all over. And you're progressively going through the level. So especially on the second and third times you're going after him, you have to run through the entire level. If you take a hit, then you have to restart the race. The race against Bombo, essentially, not the whole race. Just to be clear there. This does allow for some interesting backtracking because you're essentially playing this level in reverse, which is like one of the few levels we can do that with, just because, you know, there's that skip at the end of the level. A lot of the levels you do, like, you know, even if you're doing backtracking, you're like going to the end of the level and then coming back and then going to the end of the level. This one, you just start from the end of the level. Now, of course, you'd still have to backtrack because you got to race Bombo to the end each time. But it does allow for just a little bit of different routing than you typically see in this category. You can see Cameron is using the opportunity here to clean up these gems that he blew up earlier. He didn't have to wait for, since he had to come back through here. He'll start the race with Bombo, but then divert and go to a different orb. Because Bombo will just kind of chill until you go after him, so that allows Cameron to go meet the villain of the game. Because Hunter is yet again holding an orb when he could just give it to you because he wants to collect monkeys in a barrel.
Yeah, there's some deep-seated lore of the Professor and Hunter kind of being in cahoots with Ripto, in my opinion.
They definitely are.
Just the orbs they're
Hunter's
holding.
blatantly with Ripto because he helps Ripto in the final fight.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. Professor is indirectly helping Ripto by holding on to orbs for stupid things like the pencil. You basically have to intimidate the Professor to make him give you orbs. Hunter just wants to waste your time. That's his true evil plan, is just to get you to stop playing the game. And you can see with this orb that Cameron is doing right now and Logic is starting, this is the kind of orb that makes you want to stop playing the game. But if you stop playing, Hunter wins.
It's true. Just he walks so slow.
So the trick to this orb is, you know, Hunter's walking very slow. The monkeys are throwing coconuts at Hunter, and if he hits Hunter, Hunter goes, ow, my foot, and makes you start again. So you have to bait the monkeys into throwing coconuts at you instead. So you're going to see Logic do that real quick. All the monkeys just threw coconuts at him. And he'll probably bait the monkey again when Hunter gets closer. Yep, see? Because the monkeys don't throw coconuts constantly. They throw it, you know, the animation comes like every, I don't know, 6 or 7 seconds, something like that. So yeah, he's going to bait both coconuts so they don't throw them at Hunter. Yeah. Not really interesting. Like, you have to do the same thing casually too. But it's more of like, just, you need to know these things, because if you mess up, that's a very costly time sink if you mess up that orb challenge. So Bombo's waiting, so Logic's gonna get the rest of the gems while avoiding Bombo. And so he just did a little juke there to make Bombo move forward. Alright, and Logic's gonna finish up. And Cameron is entering Fracture Hills. We're going to see Fracture Hills twice from each runner. It does require a revisit because it does require the Head Bash power-up, which you cannot get to Winter Tundra. So, but luckily Fracture Hills is a lovely level, so I don't think anyone minds going in twice. I certainly don't.
You will see some some keyboard strats with the supercharged power-up on this first visit, which will be exciting because hopefully they'll both, you know, land them and do them quite well, because they are pretty difficult. This one especially, just getting all the gems that you need.
Yeah. So on this first visit, you're going to see them really go out and try to get as many gems as possible. They're not going to get all the gems, but they're going to get most of the gems because you have to go through the level twice anyway. So I think what the runners typically do is they do the upper path on the first visit and then do the lower path on the second visit. Clean up those gems.
Yeah, pretty much. Like the second visit is basically only for
For the orb.
it's for
So-
2 orbs. Like you do
Yeah.
the professor and
The alchemist
or-
and hunter.
alchemist and hunter both
Yeah.
on the second visit.
And so on the second visit, you'll see them go down and collect the rest of the gems that they're skipping right now. We can see that the Cameron or the Logic has made up a lot of time on Cameron. We'll do a time check at the end of this level to see where they're at exactly.
Yeah, I think Cam is still a bit ahead, but I don't know if it was the full like minute that he was earlier.
Yeah, I think it might be less than a minute at this point. You know, the nice thing about having Logic run is we get to do some game sounds. So you do get to hear the lovely bagpipes of the Fracture Hills. Just slightly. So Cameron's gonna try to... didn't quite get it. So this power-up, it kind of prevents you from jumping to do exactly what Cameron was just trying to do, where you jump up and then go to this back area. So Cameron will just do it the second backup way, which is... You're still not supposed to do it. The casual way is you're supposed to take the power-up around a course, break a bunch of doors, which Cameron will do now because there are gems in this area. But the way they want you to do it is to run around this course. Oh, not this way. But to run around and grab a bunch of gems, you know, through these tunnels to eventually get to that door. Which we will see, you know, Cameron's got the keyboard and mouse stress to make these tight turns. Very nice. We'll see if Logic can do the jump. Yep. So Logic did it, where you jump back up after collecting the power up.
54-14 for Cam.
Yep. So we'll see if Logic can have a clean finish here to collect all these gems. So he's just gonna, you know, do the power up. Oh no, that's unfortunate. So we'll see what Logic ends up choosing to do here. He's gonna have to go back and get it because he needs the power up to break through the doors. So it is going to require Logic to... Oh,
Yeah, so you get it again.
yeah, Logic having a lot of trouble with the power-up. So unfortunately, I think he lost a lot of time to Cameron on that.
Yeah, because Cam did it pretty
First
much
try.
flawlessly, and first try as well. So
So unfortunately, he needs it to break through this door too, just so he could get to these gems. Yeah. Very unfortunate for Logic.
we're seeing Cam start Magma Kona level that I don't want to say recently, but kind of got rerouted a little bit, just with the way instead of it was mainly the second half of this level got rerouted due to a skip.
Yep.
That got used in 40 orb and then got implemented
Right.
in here.
So Cameron's now got a 1-2 lead. I think he had a smaller lead before Logic had trouble with this power up.
Yeah.
And so the nice thing about this level here, Magma Cone, is you're not going to see them go after enemies like you had to see in the last couple levels because the power up only requires 2 enemies in this level. So Cameron's already done that. He'll avoid the rest of the enemies as much as he can.
Especially these bigger enemies in this level, because if you charge them, if you hit them onto their square or whatever, the X, it does like a couple second long animation of the fawn killing them.
Yep. One of the very few levels where the NPCs sort of help you and don't just make Spyro do all the work. I mean, the fawns are just like setting up traps, but at least they're actively fighting.
It's true.
You know, they're up there with Hansel and Greta, who do kill enemies for you. They don't kill very many enemies for you, but, you know, I always appreciate it since, you know, we're being asked to save the world, that the NPCs actually help out once in a while. Instead of, like, Hunter, who just keeps orbs from you when you need them to defeat Ripto. I see Cameron having a little bit of trouble with popcorn. Hunter's already got 5 of them. That's,
I mean,
this-
popcorn 2 is can be not very kind, and you saw Hunter actually just went to a square, or went to a spot rather, and
Yeah.
just one of them popped out without like any visual.
Yeah, you can see it. Cameron having a little trouble with popcorn too. Hunter's already up to 7. And sometimes Hunter
Should
can
be
select them from
okay.
you. But he's got it now. Logic might shut out Hunter and popcorn 1, which will be nice. Hunter basically deserves it. He deserves all the bad things that happen to him. The best part of the series is when the sorcerer captures Hunter.
It's true. Let's see how Logic's popcorn 2 goes.
Yeah, if he gets a
Starting
better
off
popcorn
decent.
2, which is starting off good, he can claw back some time in this race. And we're just a little under the halfway mark, so there's still plenty of time for Logic to get back into this. And he's not even out of it. Like, a minute is nothing.
Yeah,
A
a
minute
minute
is-
is like
Is Cameron falling into the lava, you know?
yeah, it's one like mistake that leads to him having to like redo like a little bit of the level, and boom,
Yeah.
all of a sudden Logic is like right there. Yeah, basically the reroute involves skipping buying this elevator. Not so much that like buying the elevator is like that slow, but it's just better to get up to it's faster to get up to the fly power up and do party crashers first,
Oh, man, I
rather
like
than
that.
doing the other one. Yeah, it's that wall glide. It's a little bit finicky from time to time, but if you just kind of hold an angle, you'll just glide up slowly.
Very similar to that wall glide they use in any percent for Spyro 1. Or just kind of pushes you up, and up.
Yes, it is.
But very nice. He did that very cleanly. So hopefully Logic can do the same. But it does skip, having to do all this climbing, which takes a long time. Because casually you're supposed to climb this tower to get to the top of the volcano to close it. But because of the way that they have now routed it with this skip, they no longer have to do that.
The only thing with this routing is that you have to be very cognizant of your fly power up, because if you like take a little bit too long, you might actually
Be too late on that.
be too
11th.
late on the yeah.
Yeah, and if you're too late on the 11th, what are they called? These I don't remember what these things are called. Party Blizzard.
crasher.
Party crashers. Yeah. If you're late on that last one, you have to go back and get the fly power up and do it all, and maybe even do it all again if you get the lava.
Well, you would have to take the ladder up, because the whirlwind doesn't exist until you get the
level.
talisman.
Yeah. So, hopefully, Logic's having a little trouble. That might cost him. We'll see.
Well, Logic actually shoots that 11th one a little bit early.
Oh, I see.
Which,
That's smart then. Yeah, he's gonna have to go back and get the fly power up.
I think he messed up.
He did. He kept bonking a couple times and missed a shot. So he's got to go through this tunnel here and just do the last two. So that was unfortunate.
Yeah.
But him going back to get the fly power was better than running out of the fly power up, for sure.
Another level we have to pay for. Shady Oasis Cam is currently starting with our favorite auto-scroller, Shorty.
I mean,
Also
our
gonna be
least,
seeing-
our least favorite auto-scroller, but yes.
Not his favorite. But you're going to see Cam go for this rocket ride where he'll get up. Oh, we missed it.
Ah, darn.
The goal with that rocket, and we'll see Logic attempt it as well, is to get up to the talisman area and start the thieves minigame early, so that instead of like having to backtrack a little bit, you just basically do it as you're going through the level.
Yeah.
And it works out to being about, if you get it, this is gonna sound weird, but it's about like 20 seconds faster than if you don't. Like, it saves 20 seconds, but it only loses 6 if you miss it. It's weird. I know that doesn't make sense, but that is...
That's the way it works. So if Logic can get it, he can get some time back. I think.
Yeah, definitely.
The rocket rides are a little finicky because sometimes the rockets don't want to allow Spyro to stand on them. If you jump on them at the wrong time, you'll slide off. You'll see the camera was a little bit late, so we never got onto it in the first place. So Logic's going to go ahead and give it a shot as well. We'll see what his setup is like. Let's see if we can get there. Very nice. He's got up. Can he get to the top? Nice. And it'll also allow him to start the mystery jar too early.
Yeah.
But starting these thieves is huge. As you can see, Cameron is also just starting them now on his screen. So they're essentially in the same place in the cutscene, which is kind of funny.
Yeah, that's why, because like you do most of that while Shorty is like walking, so it doesn't really lose you that much time like on the auto scroller.
Right.
Technically, even though it's not an auto scroller, I guess it's a manual scroller, but
it's an escort mission to the highest degree. And you may have noticed that they have missed some gems because I do have to revisit the level. And they have to escort Shorty through at least part of the level because you have to kill 18 enemies. You don't have to get all the gems in the first go around. So there's not many gems that they've missed, but you can see there are a couple of unburned bases.
He saw Logic get that first thief there rather than having to get the like talking to them now, or like in whatever 20 seconds.
So he'll come back and get this rock, and then jump down to go ahead and get the second thief. Because now, you know, even though he let Shorty get up there, and then when he finishes the thieves, he'll be teleported back to where Shorty is. It's a nice time save. So, he'll be teleported here. There's Shorty waiting for him. A quick orb and a quick talisman. See, Lodge just going to clean up some of the gems so he doesn't have to come back on the revisit. Plus, he's got to finish getting the mystery bottle as well. Okay. And we should see Cameron go into the next speedway, Icy Speedway, in just a moment. You can see, for example, Logic left those gems and left that vase because he's got to come back through here anyway.
Yeah, Logic about 42 seconds behind now out of Shady. So definitely, like we said, kind of clawed back about 20.
So Icy has a very interesting, I think, route for the time trial.
Yeah, there's
that's a lot of fun.
There's a few different routes. Like, for example, Cam and I believe Roxu, and I'm not sure what route Logic does, but I think all three of us do slightly different routes. I do the house route because I'm really bad at this route. And the house route is about 5 seconds slower, but it allows for a animation cancel, which is why I like it. So I kind of lose a bit of time on the speedway, but I gain it back for the time that Cam is like currently flying up in the air.
Right. Because you can do one of the last hits into a wall.
Yeah, and I guess Logic does the same route that Cam does, it looks like. Yeah.
I mean, I do a route where I just kind of... I do some of the dragons in different orders because I don't like the blind dive into one of the dragons that you have to do in the IL.
Yeah.
So... Icy's a pretty tame speedway, I think, overall.
Yeah, it's
At
not
least
too
on
bad.
the speedway challenge. Now the orb challenge, however, you're going to see Cameron in right now, is the 32nd or 33rd ring is bugged, and sometimes you can go through it and the game will say you missed it. So we'll see here in a moment as Cameron comes up to it right now. Right here.
It's the
Yep.
38th, I think.
No, 34th. There we go. There are a couple of rings where it's just kind of like the game really hates you, but Cameron was able to get through it smoothly. Hopefully Logic can do the same. That's the worst thing, and when you're deep into a run, we're an hour in. Even if they were doing this for a PB attempt, if they missed the ring, they'd probably just keep going, because what else are you going to do at this point? And like, if you're a runner thinking about this category, there's so many places that you can just make up time that it's not a big deal if something bad happens and you have to redo a part of the level. If you got to redo part of this, you got to redo part of this. No big deal.
Yeah, it's just by the nature of long runs that there'll be often a lot of time save, but we shall.
All right, and Logic got through the rings as well.
Not quite yet, but the last ones are like pretty easily. So
yeah. He got through the ones that are janked. So
it's like the mid to high 30s to like the low 40s are like the hardest ones. Everything else is like trivial, and then it gets like stupendously difficult for like 5 seconds.
Yeah. All right, Cameron making the long glide. You get a nice view of Spyro's rear for a bit. For those of you who are into that sort of thing, Dylan.
Now we get to see. I think this is the level with the most potential for things going wrong, in that this level has cowlicks, which are not consistent as an orb.
No.
Like,
and there's a couple of out of bounds spots where if you just step in the wrong place, you could fall through the level. And there's no kill plane, so it does require you to quit and restart. And so normally, again, in the any percent routes, you probably don't see a lot of this level. You see them going out of bounds and doing some weird things, but they have to go through, a good portion of this level to get all the gems. So this area you would never see in an any percent run.
That bottle on the balloon hit his head. Hit Spyro's little noggin.
So, but yeah, we're about to get to cowlicks in a moment, and that's kind of everyone's cue to be, praying. Cam missing.
Cam missed both. He's missed both again.
Just a weird thing on the.
That was a bit of a struggle. Oh, he got hit, I think. Yeah. Normally with any percent and with 40 orb, you would just break into. Not break. You'd just like kind of do a bit of shenanigans with jumping on the kind of TNT boxes in this area, but there's a 10 gem that you can't get. You can get one of them, you can't get both of them. So you have to break open Corporal Glug.
So we're going to see the first of the cowlicks on Cameron's screen in just a moment. Ooh, and one of the birds
cowlicks are...
Honestly, these birds are the worst for me than the cowlicks in this area. You can see this one just like went after Cameron. They're just a pain. Oh, Cameron just having trouble with the bird. Both guys having trouble in this. Logic's having trouble getting up.
Okay. Cam got super lucky there, I think.
Yeah.
The bird or the cowlick landed on the landed on like the wall.
So as you can see, there's just a ton of potential for bad things to happen. Oh geez, and the bird again survives.
Cam's also at 0 sparks.
Yeah. Cam has got to be careful. Like I feel like you need to take the extra second to make sure the birds are dead.
Yeah, I'm always pretty scared of the birds.
Yeah. Alright, we're gonna see Cameron
No.
utilize the ladder that just goes up forever, which will allow him to skip into the professor's area. You know, we'll have to do a little bit of climbing, so he doesn't have to do all of it, which is nice. And just make sure he doesn't accidentally take any damage here, because he still has no sparks. And he has to know where all the gems are because he has no sparks to collect them for him. You can see Logic had a little bit more luck with the birds. He still has sparks, so he's gonna climb the ladder to Oblivion.
So you see Cam go for this strat where he shoots the one seed and then runs as the like plant is growing. You can actually skip that. You can just jump across it, but
Yeah, it's a little bit slower to do it the way Cam did, but it's more consistent, I think.
yeah.
Because you have to make a really tight jump without it. So you can see Logic can go through here a little bit faster because he still has sparks. And we'll see what Logic chooses to do, if he does the same tactic or if he does... Yep, he's going to do the same tactic where he's going to just jump on the platform before the thing spawns. Because you can make this jump, this gap. Yeah, it's a tough jump, but you can make it, so... Alright. Despite Cameron having trouble with the birds, he's doing okay with the Calyx so far. I may have just jinxed him, we'll see. The Calyx have been fairly kind to him.
God, there's no fodder like anywhere in this level.
No, there is not.
Like it seems like they're all like at the beginning.
They are. And also, you do see that in the later levels. Like, there's only like one fodder in Metropolis. So if you're taking damage there, you know, it was just kind of like, let's make the levels harder by making there less fodder. What they don't realize is they made the level hard by inventing Calyx.
Very true.
Cameron just being, oh, it should still go up. Yeah.
Yeah, normally when that happens, if you just flame it back up, it goes up, but
Each of the Calyx has like invisible gates the Calyx have to go through. So as long as they go through those gates, it doesn't matter if it falls. So he couldn't like go down with the Calyx and try to do it from the gap. But if he puts the Calyx to the gates like he did there, the Calyx will go to where he needs to go. So you're going to see here, one of the Calyx you can get up, but the other Calyx you have to escort around. And this Calyx you have to take all the way around because of the way its logic gates work. You have to take the Calyx on the steps. If you don't, it won't, make it. And you can see there that one of the other Calyx fell down too, so he may have not hit the invisible trigger for it. We're just
they're
making
both
sure.
having actually like a pretty
Very decent
so far
Calyx.
at least. Definitely, Calyx can go a lot worse.
You see Logic is actually caught up entirely.
Yeah, they're
On
basically
stream.
on the same part now.
They're basically neck and neck now. We'll see who collects the orb first. See here, Logic managed to get all the Calyx up.
I think what you're gonna try to see Logic and Cam both do is they'll put 4 in. Oh, now Logic's at 0 sparks.
Careful with that
Yeah,
bird.
he's got- Yeah, so Cam
They're
getting.
gonna try to get all
uh,
3 Calyx at the same time.
Yeah, because then it skips having to go back. But I don't think Logic's gonna get it. Maybe it did. Just barely missed the last one.
You can see they are so neck and neck now.
Logic was like literally like half a thing away. Like the Cowlick was on the pen.
So now just making sure they don't miss any gems in that Logic, making sure. These gems are so easy to miss because they're hidden in the grass. And just the way Zephyr is designed, like there's not a lot of big gems, they're all small gems in this level.
Yeah, there's like some 5s and stuff, but for the most
Yeah.
part, there's just a lot of 2s, a lot of 1s. I think there's 125, but like
Yeah, it's behind the store.
it's not that much.
I mean, there's still 400 gems, like there's in every level, but it's just the way they're spread
There's
out.
just a lot of gems.
Yeah. So you see in one level, Logic just got back a lot of time. I think he just had less trouble on the Calyx. So we had mentioned this much earlier in the stream. Calyx, man. Cameron just wasted a ton of time on it.
Like it was, for the most part, I thought it was mainly just that he didn't have sparks for a lot of it.
That
so
too.
he had to play very, very
Yeah, so Logic is now only 4
Maybe
seconds
that's-
behind. We have a race.
yeah. Getting into the home stretch of the run. Have one more full level or 2 more full levels and then Gulpy.
So we're gonna see them go into Metro Speedway now. I think Metro is probably one of the most optimized speedways because it's used in a couple categories.
Yeah, it's
They should do this part very well.
I would say it's the hardest of the speedway. Maybe Ocean Speedway is a bit harder, but like there's just
I think Ocean
doing this
Speedway.
level really fast. What?
I think Ocean Speedway because you have you have so many moving parts.
Yeah,
At least with Metro,
this level is
nothing's moving.
quite all the jumpers.
A little bit, yeah.
I
I'd say.
think this is one area where Cam definitely has the superiority over Logic. Like Cam, especially this level, Cam is very, very good at Metro, and Logic. Not that he's bad or anything, but just Cam is just very, 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 very good.
You can see here,
Cool.
Cam has just absolutely blown this course away. That's what his time was. 47 seconds. Very nice.
Really good. I'm gonna say
Logic right behind him though.
51. 53.
Yeah.
Gave him the benefit of the doubt.
So now they're gonna start probably. I think this might be the worst Orb Speedway challenge. I don't know. They're all
just
bad.
all of them are like auto scrollers, so
Yeah.
they're a bit annoying. This one and Icy Speedway definitely have kind of the biggest possibility of like failure, because just sometimes the
hitboxes for the money.
hitboxes on the money is not great, and you'll miss it and it'll just like fall into the water or something.
But you are see they will flame them to try to collect them. It just kind of widens Spyro's collection a little bit.
Yeah.
Or at least you're seeing Cameron do it. Logic's not. I don't know if it actually does or not, but if it does, it might make you feel better too.
That could have been. Uh-oh.
That was close on Cameron, but he
Well,
did make
Logic.
it. Oh,
Logic failed. I don't know if you saw what happened, but Logic, like, I think he bonked off of Hunter.
Yeah. That
And
one
then
is so
just-
tight because you have very little time before the money hits the ground.
Well, he took extra time to get the one before it, so then he didn't have that time for that one.
Yeah. So unfortunate for Logic. And so you can see, like, you know, if you fail a Speedway challenge, it's going to take a minute off your time.
Yeah. Kind of commentators cursed Logic.
Yep. And even then, you can see how little time you have on that ninth bag. Which is like nothing you can do about it if you're even a second late. So Cameron's gonna go ahead and get the last orb, get these last gems in the home world, which are right over here. That should give him 400 out of 400. There we go. Into Priest Harbor. So you may have noticed that Cameron and Logic's doing it now. They guidebook warp to Scorch so they can exit Scorch and be above the orb and gem over here, rather than exiting Metro and running around the wall. You know, abusing the guidebook a little bit to just warp to different levels. So now Logic comes out above everything, so he can collect the gems he missed, and then just use these little bridges here to jump across and land on the wall where the orb is, rather than doing it the casual way, which is jump over from the Metro portal and then run around the wall. All right.
In Breeze Harbor, I think they both do different routes. Because I think Logic does like a... I want to say he does like a 2 Death Abuse route. And Cam doesn't.
Guess we'll find out in a moment.
I think just they finish on different sections.
Yeah.
But I could be wrong.
Much of the personal preference. You've seen
I
Cam
think...
here using a little bit out of bounds in a different place than I think you'd normally see it. Because again, you would if you're doing 80%, you'd skip to the end of the level, but you do need to use all the gems, so you have to go through parts of the level anyway. So I think Logic might actually be doing the same route.
Well, they do the same route for some of it, but it's just I think Logic does Death Abuses that Cam doesn't. I could be wrong. Because Logic goes and does this cannon.
Oh, I see.
Rather than getting these with the first cannon. Because I guess maybe he finds it more consistent or just figures that he has to come over there for gems anyways, so
yeah,
might as well just take clean shots rather than the kind of blind ones you do normally.
So, time for trouble with the trolley. This can get a little jank with the way the RNG is, whether you have a box or a TNT. Sometimes you can miss these gears because you have to jump over those boxes, but Cameron was able to collect them. Despite having to jump over boxes.
Double box there is the worst RNG just because it makes it very tight to get some of the gears, but Cam's gotten double box a lot in his life, so it's all good for him.
You just have to really time your jumps well. It's so much better to have TNT there. And Cameron had no trouble with the trolley, eh? Let's see if the Logic has same luck. Okay, second one's a TNT, so that's good for him. So it should be smooth sailing for Logic to finish up the trolley. Very nice.
Yeah, so Cam is going to finish these mines, and then he's going to go get the talisman and stuff, and I believe
Logic first.
Is going to go get the talisman first, and then finish. Like he's going to go get the talisman, then he's going to go back to like the start of the level where there was that strong chest, and then he'll take it. Yeah,
Logic doing a little bit of out of bounds jumping. Definitely scary looking, but not actually as bad as it could be. The nice thing is once you collect the talisman, the ship raises, right? Or does it not?
Nope.
I don't remember.
It does not raise.
Okay.
But it's fine.
So he's just gonna go ahead and clean up the gems on the ship, and then just jump right across back to the beginning of the level. And then Death Abuse to go back to Zoe.
Bonking on the...
He's just gonna come across and get the mines. And hopefully make this slide. Good. It might be that Logic's route is faster than Cameron's, since it looks like they might finish the level at the same time.
Cam will finish, I think, a little bit earlier, or Cam missed a gem, I think.
Oh no!
I think he missed a 2 gem by where like the launch pad is that you don't go on, which is definitely not great.
That's brutal.
But I could be wrong, but I think
that looks like a spike where Sparks was indicating it was. Yeah. That's really unfortunate. So Cam has to do his backup strat. Yep, there it is.
Yeah.
That is unfortunate. It does give Logic the lead for the first time, I think, this run.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
And
I could see
actually-
one mistake and Logic gets the lead, just like that.
But the thing though is you know, whatever, it's
It's goal.
has
I
the
know.
lead by like about 20 seconds probably with timing or with like coming out of the port and stuff. And it's gulp, so who knows?
Who knows?
Who knows what's gonna happen?
So we're gonna see them both try to exploit the gulp fight to make it go as fast as possible by getting double and triple hits using the rockets. So they're both gonna try to skip the second phase of the gulp fight. So in the gulp fight, it teaches you about the weapons. The first phase you drop barrels, second phase it drops bombs, and the third phase it drops rockets.
That's not
So what they're gonna try to do, and Logic unfortunately did not yet, is try to get double barrel hits to skip the bomb phase. The bombs are the worst weapons for this fight because they just take so long and you can't really chain them with anything else.
You can, but it's the timing on it. It essentially turns into just like random if you get it or not.
Yep.
Yeah, I think now. Oh, Cam got it.
Cam got it.
I didn't see
You see
that.
Cam
Drop.
got the double barrel.
So yeah,
you're trying to get
back
the barrel
on the same phase now.
Yeah, they're back on the same base. You're trying to get the barrel to hit just as the egg is being dropped from one of the pterodactyls. So now we'll see if he can get a double rocket here, which is usually fairly easy. Oh, he might be trying for a triple rocket, Logic.
Yeah, you are. You do try for a triple here, which I think he should get. Yeah.
Nice. So very nice on the triple rocket. We'll see if Cameron can do the same.
I'm
Cameron's only gonna
surprised
get a
that didn't work.
Yeah. It's tough. Because every time you hit, Gulp is supposed to destroy all the weapons in the field, but sometimes the egg is just dropping at the right time and doesn't get destroyed. So we're going to see them try to get maybe another triple hit. Not going to happen with the bomb there. Cameron's got a barrel and a rocket, so we might have an opportunity here.
Nah, it's kind of.
See, oh, and the barrel.
That
just,
was. I think he should have just hit the barrel and done a double. Just because I think he was gonna use both rockets, but then Gulp ate one of the rockets.
Yeah. Oh, and these
Now
bombs
Cam
are
has
just the
double
worst.
bomb,
So it looks he just
and he ran
Yeah.
past them.
well he destroyed them so the pterodactyl would drop more weapons because if you have too many weapons in the field, the pterodactyl will stop dropping them. All right.
Okay, Cam got a rocket. He's oh, he got a rocket barrel, so that's not too bad. He's probably gonna get fodder though. Well, definitely now that
Definitely
he's at
now.
0.
So Cam's got to be careful. This would cost him minutes if he takes damage here. But this pterodactyl should be dropping fodder for him right now. And he's going to go ahead and just take a single hit on the barrel.
I think
Yeah.
that's actually a good choice.
Yeah. And you see Logic,
'Cause then-
he was searching for rockets for so long and no rockets dropped. So he just used the
I
barrel.
think it's a good choice because it sets you up for a double.
Mhm.
Sure, it would have been nice, but he just gets the quick kill or gets the hit, and then
No
he
rocket
can
storage. Oh
maybe
well. I know you can actually do it.
Yeah, if rocket storage worked, it'd be kind of nice. Cam just getting a bunch of fodder.
So tough gulp fight for both competitors here. Oh,
Cam
Cam
taking
is having
true damages.
trouble all over the place, and he's not getting the drops he wants either. Ooh.
Did he?
No, Gulp stole the rocket from him.
I wasn't sure if he grabbed that or not.
He was trying to, but Gulp started the animation before he got it in his mouth.
Yeah.
So Logic will maintain the lead after a tough Gulp fight for both competitors. Looks...
Wow. Cam
Oh.
needs to charge that. He died.
Oh no, Cam. Oh,
Yeah, that
tragic.
was Probably the most
Tragic.
unfortunate thing that could have happened.
That's the tough thing about this race. You just got to keep going. Ugh. Something like that. I don't know. I don't know if I would continue in NLS if that happened to me. Even an hour and a half in, or probably for more like for me about 2.5 hours. But I don't know. That's a tragic little miss there. So Logic is going to have very good opportunity here to win this first race after all.
Yeah, that was just... I don't even know what you want to call it, maybe an overextension, but like, just Cam just wanted that bomb and he flamed it and it just didn't move, which was just sometimes that they don't move and
Yeah.
it just sucked.
It's
But
not
then
much.
you have that happen where he got like triple hit basically.
Let's see if she can get triple rocket. Nope. She'll get another double rocket. So we'll see Logic get to do some of the cooler, I think some cool strats here in Metropolis using the flight power up, the combo flight fireball power up. So
Yeah.
first, of course, he's going to do both orb challenges with the sheep saucers, and we'll see. Cam is just not getting good drops either.
And this is fine because at least you can
Do a double.
kind of scrounge the double from it.
Yeah.
The issue is
Cam might
you
just
want
be settling for doubles now.
like you want the rocket, so a lot of people, myself included, will pick it up because you're like, oh, I can get another rocket or a barrel, and then you get a bomb, and you're like, oh damn, like I can't do anything now. But if you have like a bomb close to a rocket, you can at least like just take the bomb and then grab the rocket.
So I thought Cam was going to try to get just a couple of doubles there, but he only got a single hit. So you see Logic has to use the flight power up and the combo fireball to, while he's getting the sheep saucers, also break all the strong chests and the balloons in the air. As well as do things like come up here, grab these gems. Ow. So he'll take the flight power up one more time to sweep up the rest of the gems in this area, and then use it to get to the strong chest in the area towards the beginning of the level.
That second fight, I think he didn't take any damage from Gulp.
Yeah.
Oh, it wasn't a great fight, but he didn't take any damage, so it would have been fine.
Nice thing about this power up in Metropolis is it just gives you a long time. So you see he has to go back through these elevators in order to get to the strong chest that's back near the beginning of the area. He'll take the flight here real quick.
He's
I think
also
that's-
going to try to use some of this, if he has enough time to shoot the Ox a few times. You can, I think, get all of them.
Let's see. Oh, he has some trouble here.
Missing.
There we
And
go.
you got one. You can get... if
Oh, he
you're
didn't get any
fast
damage
enough.
on him. Yeah,
No, he does. It just doesn't show it. So
okay.
he'll only take four
Alright.
bombs here.
3. Very good reading of the bombs as well on the ice. Very nice.
We're just starting to see Cam start Metropolis. He has a pretty similar route because these guys routed it together, or like Cam taught Logic.
Mhm.
So then there was some new findings and different strats, but
We'll see probably a little
this
bit
level is pretty
different gem
pretty
collection,
much
but
the same.
they're going to do the same type of backtracking and routing. We'll see a little bit different probably in the flight patterns, just because, if you miss a sheep or miss a gem,
Yeah.
you get off cycle. And you really gotta be very reactive to that challenge as opposed to, memorizing it.
Cam in the chat, I'm pretty sure he put this in after
Yeah.
after Gulp, just my fucking fault because for the like triple hit at the end
All right.
of the
And Logic's
First
going to do
one.
the last speedway of the run, Canyon Speedway, which I think is probably the best speedway.
Nah,
It's-
Metro's the best. Metro's
I
the
don't know.
sickest.
It's definitely the easiest, I think, to do casually.
Which one? This one?
Canyon, yeah.
Yeah. Canyon, like the route for Canyon that I believe Logic and Cam both do is just how you would do it casually.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, it looks like they're just.
Because it's
doing
hard.
breaks.
It's hard to really get things like out of order here, like you do with every other speedway, pretty much.
Yeah, probably just do some birds here and then get the cars. Cameras, which is what Logic's doing.
These
It's still
birds
a
have
very-
been. Those
Yeah.
birds have been pretty good. The birds are easily the like part where you lose time on this level, because if you mess up the birds, then you mess up this cycle of the
Getting all the
tractors.
cars. Yeah. Very clean canyon from Logic, though.
Yeah, 47. I think you can get. I want to say you can get like 45s or 44s, but I could be wrong on that.
So now we just get to do a little bit of an auto score for Logic.
We're seeing Cam kind of clean up these last few.
You see, Logic is being a
Saucers.
sniper. Oh, never mind. Maybe. I don't know. I just spam the shoot button when I do this one. There we go.
Yeah,
Logic spamming it.
I think what's always
Is
funny
he listening?
is people will just like hold circle and it doesn't shoot as fast. I think if you spam both like circle and R2,
Yeah.
you basically get like double. You basically get like double inputs, so you just get an insane amount of shots.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I spam through here. I don't like.
I don't know. Like I know you play on console and stuff, so you don't have access to this. But this mini game I use the mouse for. I don't even chance it to like my aiming skills with a controller.
That's why
I
it's
just-
spam. Because then if you just like shower the area, you're gonna bound to hit it at some point.
So we're seeing Cam kind of do this backtracking section.
We'll
that
see if
we
Cam
saw
can get
Logic
some
do
more in the
earlier.
Ox.
Yeah, it's actually pretty tough because if you go up too high, it takes away your power up, because I think basically
Yeah. Yep.
like what just happened there. He got one, but
See, he
the
reads
kind of
bombs well.
idea is that you can't take the flight power up because you have to fight it, but you can kind of just get Spyro's mouth high enough to do it.
Good Ox fight for Cam as well.
Yep.
That's a fight that can definitely get weird if you miss one of the bombs, because the bombs will ricochet back at you, and then you have to like dodge them as well as hit the bombs he's thrown at you. And good on Logic for not accidentally stepping into one of these portals. That certainly can happen, and has happened to runners. I mean, I see things all the time, but I'm like, that's something I've done, so. I know I've made every mistake there is to make out there.
Okay, so I've always said this about Mystic Marsh, and it's never happened, at least not on this channel, but there is a chance that at the end of this RPG mission trading thing, he just doesn't accept the pencil you get him.
Yeah.
So, and when that happens, I'm pretty sure you either have to reload the level, or he just gives you another pencil or gives you another egg and be like, go get my pencil. So, me
Well,
saying
why not?
this, hopefully it doesn't happen. But if it were to, that's a spot where Cam can get some time back.
That would cost minutes, because Mystic March is such a long level. I think the split for these guys is probably like 6 or 7 minutes, right?
Yeah, it's a long one.
It's a long split, just because you have to do all this backtracking. The thieves take a long time. You have to manage these items well, because you'll see at times that Logic and Cam will drop the items somewhere, or leave the item somewhere to go do other things, because you can't flame things when you have the thing in your mouth. You can see
Cam
here.
getting a really good Canyon Speedway, by the way. 49. It's a little bit slower. I think I didn't see what he did a bit slower than
knows?
Logic, but still,
Maybe
like
just
a 49 is like really, really good still.
So you can see here, he needs to have the flames to get the thieves, so that's why he dropped the seed over here. We'll probably see him drop it again after he gets through here, because he has to get another thief.
Yeah, you will. And something to note is that you'll see they only really do it with one of them, but
See here, he's got to get this
on the
bottle.
I believe it's on the coin. They leave the coin at its spawn to just go do other things. and it's fine if it's just their spawn point. They can stay there forever. But as soon as you like pick it up and move it, there's like a time limit to how long
It'll stay.
will stay out.
Yeah. I think it's a minute. Like if you leave it out for a minute after picking it up, it'll just despawn and you'll have to start all over. So
Yeah.
very unforgiving. And these gems are very spread out, so we could see again where we saw, you know, Cam in Breeze Harbor miss a gem. These guys can easily miss a gem. Sparks doesn't do its job. You know. Let's see here. So gonna get the radish, I think, right? That is.
Yeah, you get the radish, then you gotta go put it in the soup, and then you get the coin. Or you get the coin, and then you. Sorry, it's you leave the pencil,
Yeah.
not the coin.
Well, he's gonna leave the coin briefly to kill the thief.
Yeah, but you leave the pencil for like an extended period of time.
Yep.
I was just thinking it was the coin.
Yeah. No, I get you.
It's what you put the coin into.
Yeah, so he's gonna try to get that thief before he jumps away. It's a very tight window, and then if it jumps away, you have to chase him around, and it's a very, very costly. So we'll see him collect some gems. He'll drop the pencil to go chase this thief up here,
So again, and then
or rather,
just-
leave this
just
pencil.
leaves the pencil so that it just doesn't despawn. So you're gonna see them go for this kind of like fast kill on this thief, because I think this thief is probably the worst one.
Yeah.
But
Ooh,
getting
logic,
it like
very
that
nice.
just makes it super, super.
Yeah, because otherwise you gotta chase it around, and you really have to cut corners on this to even beat the thief, which is it's pretty difficult, all things considered. So we're gonna see him come get the last thief. We'll clean up these gems. So get these gems first, because if you get the thief, you're gonna teleport to the top of the level. He doesn't want to do that yet. Now he'll do it. He'll teleport to the top of the level, where he can collect some more gems on his way down to the pencil. Grab the pencil, give it to the professor, and the level's over. So just clean up the gems he missed. There it is, 400, 400. Pencil's still there. So as long as the professor gives him the orb, we're good. And we're good.
It's looking like it.
Yeah.
My pencil. I've seen Cam kind of in these early stages of the kind of the trading mission. He's gonna start this. Let's start the thieves. Get the first one. Do some gaming.
And let's see Logic enter the penultimate level of what's this one? Oh gosh,
Dear Tundra.
no.
This is Cloud Temples.
Cloud Temples, thank you. I don't know why, I just for some reason the name of the level just escaped me for a moment.
That happens.
So they're gonna do a little interesting. I think he's gonna try to jump across and use the platform to get across here without tripping the cutscene. That's pretty cool. Very swag of him. Style point. And you're gonna see they're also gonna do some interesting things with these rocks to skip parts of the level, to skip cutscenes. And also, you know, get the bell tower without having to do the bell tower challenge. Because all that matters for the bell towers is that the bell towers ring. So, I think we'll see Logic pick that one up. That's right.
Yeah, the biggest issue with this with this rock mini game, or the bell mini game rather, is that the third bell is like pretty annoying. because you kind of have to do it in like 2 different sections to get everything, because you have to, you need the fire power up to flame the rocket, but it gives you an ice power up.
Right, you have to like.
So managing that is crucial, but basically what kind of got found, what you can do is you can just shoot the 3rd one from down here, and then when you go up, you can just skip that
Power up, yeah.
having to like need that power up.
So doing it out of sequence, which is cool, right? Matter of fact, I think he's doing it completely out of sequence. Just gonna do that. So instead of doing them in the proper order, he's doing reverse order. So he just he can skip, just glide across here, get the last spell. That's done. Then he can just go around the power up to go get the rocket.
Cam finishing up that 3rd thief as well.
Yep. So Logic's just gonna come up, get these gems. He will just kind of pop up to that. No. It's gonna have to lower the frame rate for a second to make this jump.
I think you can make that jump on 50, but it's like stupidly hard. So taking that like
it's tighter. For some reason, Spyro's jump height is tied to frame rate. So the lower your frame rate, the higher you jump. That was weird.
That was weird. There's just an invisible wall in front of Logic.
I think Zoe just like her hitbox sometimes huge.
Yeah.
We'll see Logic at the end of the level.
Yeah, Logic went up there earlier and killed the guy. So then when he went back, the guy had already gotten his wand and was like gonna give him the orb, and you just have to get back into his like area and he'll just automatically give it to you.
Very fun. So we're finishing up Agent Zero and his secret agent business. I think, Randy, don't you have a good impression of Agent Zero?
No.
Who was that? Maybe it was CDL.
I forget.
I don't remember.
Yeah, I think it was CDL.
Maybe.
I just hate Agent Zero because it's a stupid long mini game. Oh, it looks like Logic missed a gem somewhere.
Yeah,
I
he
didn't
did.
see 400 come up. I didn't see where.
Yeah, he's missed a gem, so this will give Cameron an opportunity, just as, he had one earlier. Get back a little bit of time. Hopefully it won't be too costly. Yep, there it is.
Just one gem.
Oh, not guidebooking back. I wonder if Logic make a mistake there?
Yeah, he did. You're supposed to guidebook to Summer Forest, I believe. Or
yeah. Unless he's going to do it after or after Robotica Farms.
No, yeah, you would. I think he's going to guidebook to Summer Forest now, yeah.
Yeah, okay, yep. So, it doesn't really cost him that much time.
Yeah, it's a couple seconds, probably like 5 at the most.
As long as Cameron doesn't miss the gem, he'll get a little bit of time back.
Yep.
We'll do a time check at the end of that level.
I mean, Logic's going to be ahead like 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Just because of
Gulp.
Just because of Gulp. Otherwise, like, this has been like a very, very, very close race. Like, I mean, we saw it in Zephyr when they both met up and were like 4 seconds apart.
Yeah.
It just was.
Well, they are doing a second race, so any bit of time that Cameron can get back now means the time he doesn't get back later.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, who knows? We could see. Maybe all commentators curse Logic now and be like, maybe we see a death from Logic in Ripto, or just see Logic mess up Robotica or something.
Yeah.
I know that Logic. He turned Spyro to the camera and shook his head because Logic and Cam. They're listening, so I'm trying to commentators curse Logic. Just so then my pick for the race.
All right. So time for all the revisits from Logic.
Yeah.
As we're watching Cameron finish up the Cloud Temples. Take a shot there. Got the bell, so that's good. Sometimes those fireball dudes can get in the way of that shot.
You just have to know the timing for it, and Cam basically figured out you want to shoot when the guy is up, so that as he's going down, that's when when it hits. Because if, like you said, if you shoot when he's down, he's just gonna
Jump in
gonna
front of
pull
it.
like he'll pull a Dikembe Mutombo and just be like, no, get out of my house.
Now, this level actually here, Cameron does have an advantage because Logic did miss more gems on the first visit. Because he
Yeah,
had
a
trouble
little
with
bit.
the what you call it?
The supercharge.
Supercharge. Like, he has to get all these gems on top of this platform. Like, he missed all the gems up there. So he has to come
Yes,
back
he
at
did,
some
Dylan.
point. Yeah, Cameron took the last hit of Gulp, unfortunately.
He just
Why?
Cam kind of got
Yeah.
the unfortunate thing where he had the bomb not move after he had flamed it. Then he was trying to hit it, and then he got like triple hit by
Zapped.
Gulp, and just sucked. It was very, very unfortunate. I think Cam going for this skip now. I think he's trying to do it on 50. I can't.
Yeah. So you can see the difference just because Logic decided to change the 30 to do it.
Well, he's on, or Cam plays on like 48 maybe.
There we go. A little bit. Took a little bit of time, and he got it. I think he got it. I hope he got it. Yeah, there you
Yeah,
go.
you got the.
Oh, we did change the 30.
No.
I didn't
It
see
just
him
just didn't. It's hard to tell on the stream we're watching
do that. Yeah.
whether like I didn't see him change the FPS, and it doesn't look different when they're playing on like 50 versus 30 on this stream.
All that and Logic's using the Spyro skin that is old school Spyro.
Yeah.
It's like when Logic changes back and forth, I didn't really notice it graphically. Logic's all done. We just saw him collect the last couple gems that he missed from the last time. And I'll go ahead and go
Now
into
to
Shady.
Shady. Shady is easily the worst of the two, or I guess like three, but two revisits to like a actual level rather than just a homeworld because
Yeah.
of the
There's
fact
nothing
that
you
you
can do,
have
you
to
have to.
escort Shorty for like a bit of it.
But the nice thing is you get to leave Shorty behind in like an area full of enemies. So he gets what he
Yeah.
deserves. In my opinion. See, Logic's just got to make sure that he doesn't forget any gems that he forgot last time. Which he forgot on purpose. Like, I don't mean forgot like that, but chose not to get.
I've seen Cam do his revisit to Summer Forest now. Pretty easy cleanup in Summer Forest, not really too much to think about.
No. And pretty easy revisit in Shorty too. This area Shorty will actually run the entire time, which is nice. So all that Logic has to do is make sure he kills 18 enemies, which I think after this door you can just leave Shorty behind. This is enough
Yeah,
enemies
after this
for the
door,
next
you
section.
just go.
Yeah. So
'Cause
bye, Shorty.
The next door isn't until the like final door, so you can get to all the enemies.
Just jump off this acid little area. So take a rock, shoot him, boom, and here we are. So, you know, a couple gems left over because they're on the acid for whatever reason.
I once lost this challenge, or maybe I forget if I lost it or if we saw someone lose it, where the hippos just got stuck in the pipe and it wouldn't come out.
I have seen clips of that, but I haven't seen anyone do it live.
I think it happened to me when I was doing just like a random like actual 100 like a few months ago. They just got stuck and I couldn't do anything about it. I was just looking at all 8 just sitting in there. I'm like, oh,
Oh, Cameron. This took another
that's
death.
unfortunate.
Yeah. This is just going to be time he's going to have to claw back in the second race.
It especially sucks because, as you see, he's back at the beginning. Just
Yes.
these Earth Shapers, you can avoid them, but sometimes they just are a little annoying and just hit you when they probably shouldn't hit you.
Yeah, we saw that happen here. I think that... Was he in the middle of the Alchemist challenge there? Or no?
No, he was.
Okay.
He had just done like the lava damage. But we're seeing Logic kind of finishing up entering the last level before Ripto. Good old Robotica Farms.
Cameron's finishing up. Should have some nice. And I don't think we talked about this glitch, but if you start the Alchemist challenge and then run to the other part of the level, like the challenge despawns and allows the Alchemist to teleport to the end. I think the game thinks that they can't find him, so it just teleports him to the end.
Yeah, whatever.
It's like a fail-safe for the companion getting stuck,
Yeah.
which is very convenient for us because we abuse it to not have to do the challenge.
Yeah, just go do other things.
Now, unfortunately, you have to go through them anyway because Hunter wants to kill them all. Because, you know, Hunter, being the bad guy he is a fan of genocide. Although, strangely, he doesn't want to kill them all, just some of them. Because there's other ones in other parts of the level that you could, like, knock into the lava. And he's like, nah, I got you. You got it, bro.
We are going to be seeing... I don't think you need to do MKB, but I think Cam does. I don't know if Logic does.
We are going to see Logic in just a moment use the supercharge a little bit to collect some gems faster and get around the level.
Cam finished up his fracture. Now he's going into Shady.
Yep.
Gonna do very, very similar things to Logic, where he's just gonna make shorty run as quickly as possible and
So we should
get
see
those 18 enemies.
Yeah, Logic's going to go ahead. He's going to do the orb challenge first. Now, sometimes these ramps can eat your jumps. Ooh, that one slightly.
Yeah, got through it all.
There we go. Got through it.
The hardest part of that is getting all the gems.
In
Just
one
because
shot.
of like their placement, and
Yeah.
there's those like kind of last 3 chests are like quite difficult to get.
So we're going to see Logic go ahead and use the supercharge to collect as many gems as possible. Very nice. Didn't miss a gem, but he was able to come back to it. He might be able to get... I'm not sure what he's trying to do. Here.
He keeps missing these 3 red gems. He's just trying
There
to
we
run
go.
along it. He just kept missing it.
No, he missed that chest too.
That's fine.
That's fine. You have to go back in that direction anyway.
Well, normally they shoot the rock at it, which I think he'll still do, but then he'll just... Oh, he missed the rock anyways.
It's fine, but he's got to go in there and get the orb from the farmer. Which he's not doing.
What orb?
The orb for the killing the bugs, or did he do that already?
Yeah, I think he did that one already.
Oh, I must have been looking at Cameron when he was doing it.
Let's just make him think he didn't do it. He should go back up there and waste time or something.
I mean, no, I didn't see him do it, but it's, you know, possible just because I was looking at Cameron's screen.
Maybe he didn't. Just
Maybe he
plant
didn't.
that seed. Plant that seeded out.
I guess we'll find out in a second.
No, he did do it.
He did do it. Well, it looks like we won't see a new world record from Logic this first race, at least, since he has passed it now.
But still,
Well,
it's still gonna be a pretty solid run.
It'll still be a pretty solid run. Potentially sub 2 hours if you can get a good Ripto fight.
Oh,
We'll
it'll.
see. Yeah, as long
It
as
should be. It should be sub 2 hours.
Yeah.
For Logic.
unless he takes a lava nap.
Yeah, could take a death. It's all greens on first phase. Takes like a 6 phase first phase.
Yeah.
6 cycle first phase.
I won't see Cameron PB this first race either, but maybe with him being warmed up for the second race, we'll see definitely an improvement. I think we'll see an improvement from both runners in the second race. We usually do, because they're more warmed up. See here, Hunter dropping the green ores already. He's listening to you.
Drop the red.
I want you to
Drop
understand
the
that he's dropping him right next to Ripto because he's really on Ripto's side. In case anyone was, you know,
Oh,
Ooh.
very close to a one cycle phase one for Logic.
in case anyone was wondering whose side Hunter is on, and you're unsure, look at him, drop it right in front of Ripto. He's trying so hard to get you killed. I think my favorite is when he drops an orb under this dude.
Your Mecha Gulp, yeah.
Yeah.
And then Mecha Gulp doesn't pick it up, so you're just
Doesn't.
like, I just have to wait.
Yeah. You can see Hunter not dropping a single orb near Spyro. Why would he? So, Logic's trying to bait Gulp into coming closer, but he didn't do it. So we can try to get this in a one cycle. I don't think he's got it.
No, it was slightly too far, and he messed up on one of the hits. Even if he didn't mess up on one of the double hits, I don't think he would have gotten it, but
Yeah,
it
so
would
we'll
have
just
been
see him clean up real
close.
quick. Alright, one more phase to go. With sheer Logic on into his finish. And then we'll turn our eyes to Cameron as he is going to head and do some supercharge strats as well. So, there is some exciting things going on both screens right now.
Oh, we got Mecha Gulp in the lava.
You love to see it. There's Mecha Gulp
Just
doing his
Jumping
thing.
around.
Just doing his thing.
Yeah, Logic just finishing up pretty quickly. One
Alright,
more
it's
hit.
going to be time on the last hit. There's time. 1:57:30 for Logic. He wins race number 1 handedly. Thanks to some ill-timed things happening in Gulp for Cameron. We're going to see Cameron just in time to get some cool little supercharge strats. Get the basket he missed. And just try to get it. Oh,
Yeah, I don't think he can really make it back.
yeah, he just like had an issue there. I don't know what's going on with Cameron. All right, and Logic doing the Tunnel of Love. Who is Logic going to come out with?
Pawn.
Fawn? I'd like to see Spyro with the Yeti. There's a Fawn right there. Hansel and Greta. Fawn and Dude. Agent Zero by himself.
Oh, Master Chef.
Oh, Spyro and the Master Chef in the Tunnel of Love. That's true love right there.
One token. When you have 10 tokens, try visiting the Dragon Shores Theater.
Yeah, like, I don't know, like-
Spyro likes him thick. What can I say?
Like that was a pretty, like, I know it was like 7 minutes over his PB, but like I
That's pretty
think it's
solid
just
from Logic.
because Logic has been, you know, he was focusing on 3NE for a while, and now he was focusing on 117. So like maybe he's like a little bit out of practice, but 157 is definitely like pretty solid run, kind of just
Pretty
as a
good, 'cause
reset list in this
it-
category.
There was a push for a while to just push the category under 2 hours and just to casually get, you know, sub 2 hour. It's still a pretty
And like
awesome time.
Cam
All right.
leaving.
Logic should be joining us momentarily as we watch Cameron go ahead and finish up the Ripto fight. Hey, Logic.
Jeez.
How do you feel about
Jeez.
race number 1 for yourself?
It was a nightmare in the first half, but in the second half of the run I played pretty well. I think I think I have had the worst hockey I've ever seen in this race. I had a 103, which is like 30 seconds gone.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
So
You had a really bad, but you had one of the best Calyx I've ever seen. Like you clawed back about a minute just on Calyx.
yeah, I got really lucky. I had a bit
Yeah.
of trouble with the birds, but yeah, I think majority of the cows were in fortunate spots. I think I had maybe 2 cows that I had to go out my way for, which was barely any time.
You definitely had one of the best Calyx I've seen in a run in a while.
Thank you.
We did see you like pretty much just
That was
pass Cameron on the Calyx.
pretty unfortunate for Cam. He was trying to save that red,
Oh yeah.
and he just ran into it by accident, I think.
Yeah, Cameron having a rough race number 1. He had a good start, but about the time that we got to Zephyr is when it kind of fell apart for him. Wow. But GG to Logic as he's got gonna look like a 4 to 5 minute lead by the time all's said and done. Hunter is not helping out Cameron at all.
He's just not even throwing orbs anymore. He
No.
gave up.
So Cameron is trying to save the red orb there. All right, we should be able to get through Ripto.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
No. Just ran in not a good way.
Yeah, so Cameron having a lot of trouble on the boss fights this run. We saw him take a death to Gulp. And now he's a 3-phase Ripto 1. Hopefully 3-phase. Let's see here.
Be.
You see he just like resorted to grabbing the green orb, which you almost never do.
But again, most of this race for Cam, all the levels he seemed to play like pretty fine. Like the only, there wasn't too many huge mistakes. Like there was Zephyr wasn't necessarily the greatest just because of Calyx, but that's almost like out of your control. But his most of the run was pretty solid. It was just dying in Gulp was just
Big
horrible. And then this Ripto has not been what he wanted, especially just with how long Hunter takes to throw orbs, and he just fake through. So it was just unlucky that on that first phase, Ripto got 3 orbs, and Cam was trying to save a red orb that was right beside him, and then Ripto shot his shot and went into the orb, so he got it.
Yeah. We'll see Cameron finish up, though. We'll cheer him on as he gets the last phase of Ripto fight. See if he gets Mecha Gulp in the lava. That would be pretty cool. See it on both runners.
Nope.
Oh, no.
Just got Ripto.
Can't Ripto. What a treat to see Mecha Gulp on your run there, Logic. Just palling around the lava, having a good time.
Yeah, that was fun. I've actually never seen that in my life, so I was very scared when I saw just these 2 mechanical beasts just vibing in the arena.
And he was just living his best life there, just belly flopping in the lava.
I know, he was having a swim, Don't blame him.
Yeah. All right, and that's time for Cameron. 2:03:28 is your time. Still a good run by Cameron. It'll still be one of the top runs on the board. So despite some of the issues,
again, it just basically fell to.
To put in perspective, it's still a top run.
It just fell to the 3.5 minutes, 4 minutes of having to redo Gulp was.
Yeah.
That's a sub 2 again, and.
Yeah, Cameron's run is still 4th on the leaderboard.
Yeah.
And Logic's run's still 3rd on the leaderboard. Just to put those in perspective, even though they didn't match their top times. It's still just a tough category overall. Yeah, we'll get Cameron in here for a moment as they kind of give Cameron a chance to rest before the second race.
Yeah, Cam said he's gonna be taking a small break.
Yeah, and we're gonna swap over commentary teams as well.
Yeah, if you guys have any last words you want to say, get them out. You want to shout yourselves out, go ahead.
I was just going to say, in about 11 hours, I'm going to be commentating Toasted Cat's 120% run with him at ESA. So y'all should check that out. It'll be
11
fun.
hours from now, so that's what, 1 a.m. Eastern
Yeah,
time?
I think it's 1 a.m. Eastern time.
Ooh.
Or no, it's 12. Oh, so it's
Something like that.
starts at 1:15 for me. So yeah, it starts just after midnight tonight.
Mm-hmm.
So
EST, I believe.
Cameron and Logic are going to take a quick break. I think we're going to bring in Dylan and Groxu real quick before Randy and I sign off. Because they're going to take us into the second race. So if Dylan and Groxu want to join us, please do so.
be dragging them in 1 second. But yeah, okay.
Yep.
Thank you guys
No
for
worries.
the commentary job today. Did a great job.
Yep.
No worries.
So
And,
we'll see. You know, we'll still stick around for Logic and Cameron as they do race 2 in just a couple of minutes to give both runners an opportunity to rest, recharge. You know. But yeah, we will talk to you soon, Logic. And then if you want to drag them in here,
All right, thank you guys.
give an opportunity to
No
talk to Dylan
worries.
and Droxu.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello. Welcome. Oh, okay.
Jesus.
Dylan and Groxu are now on a commentary. Were you guys watching the first race?
I caught most of it. I don't know about Groxy, but that was that early game from you was pretty interesting. That's the first note I'll make.
Remember, my early game was a treat. I don't know if you were there to hear about the hockey that I got.
Oh, I saw the hockey.
Oh yeah, that
Uh,
without a doubt, probably the worst I've ever seen. It was insane.
absolutely. It was definitely pretty cool. They just always hid away from you. Never got even like a chance at it. Pretty nice.
That'd be
Right,
like,
did you catch any of it?
Unfortunately, because I was struggling with setting up everything because I'm not at home right now. Nah, I wasn't really able to watch most of it. I think I started watching like after goal. So that's the thing. But yeah, I can imagine that hockey can be a thorn in the runner's side. So. So.
okay. I'm gonna be stepping out just for a little bit, just to take a breather and everything. If you guys want to give predictions on this upcoming race, feel free. Let off your mind about the first race, maybe more, and talk about how the second race you feel might go.
Yeah. Well, to talk about the first race a little bit, I know you weren't here for the majority of it, Groxy, but just to catch you up, I'll go over some of like the highlights for it. So, the early goings of it, Ham had a very, very good lead. I would say he was ahead by about a minute all the way through Summer Forest, probably up until around the middle of, I can't remember the name of the second homeworld. God.
I think he.
On planes.
Yeah, I think he lost like quite a big chunk of time in Breeze Harbor because he missed a jam. So
Yeah.
that was an unfortunate thing.
Mhm.
But yeah, the rest I wasn't able to catch. It was like I said, I started mostly watching after goal. I had that Logic was able to get some fortune in Zephyr on Cowlick specifically, so that's good for him. I hope that that RNG will actually now be helpful to both of the runners in the second race.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if we can keep RNG as a non-factor in this run, I think they are just about as even as you can get in two runners at the top of a category. I apologize if there's any background audio on my mic. I believe my next door neighbor is mowing his lawn, and I apologize greatly for that. Yeah, no, absolutely. If we can eliminate RNG, I think that we have two of probably at least the most skilled runners in all of SRT, I would dare to say. Not even Spyro 2, not even anything specific. I think they're just two very skilled runners. Top 3 movement, by the way. I definitely think that the second race here is going to be a ton of fun.
Sorry, I'm going to jump back.
T-Bone's jumping into call again.
I missed my chance to commentate with either of you. Commentate with Randy a couple times. So how are you guys doing?
Doing fine. Chilling out.
Help you fill time before the runners come back.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like, for me actually, it's my debut as a commentator, but
It's a lot of fun. I've got to do a couple of your races, which has been a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Because you like to show off during the races.
Yeah, I'm glad I can provide some entertainment. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Also, like, probably, obviously, I used to handle NLS and also like most of the categories in the game right now. So I hope that I can provide some inside knowledge about the category and just the runs itself. We'll see. We'll see.
We have seen that you've pioneered a lot of some of the random tricks that get used throughout these runs. So, I think you'll provide great insight. And we've seen you with the 40 orb randomizer getting to show off some of these 100% tricks just because of the way the randomizer works too.
Exactly. Yeah. I'll try my best to explain everything, and also maybe I'll throw some extra like intel about like my thought process when it comes to like discovering those things and whatnot, because I think that's also like interesting to some people. Not many people know how to approach like looking for escapes and stuff like that. So maybe I can like throw
Definitely.
some light on that.
All right. So Cameron has a 6-minute deficit for Logic. What does Cameron have to do here, you guys think?
World record.
World record? All right. Cameron for the world record. That's what Dylan says.
He asked me what he needs to do. I mean,
I know.
frankly, I think Cameron's a runner with a chip on his shoulder, if you will. I think he definitely believes a lot of himself, and I think he oftentimes lets that get in his own head. The first thing I'll tell you about Cameron, absolutely talented runner. Although, like I said, he just gets in his head, and every time he continues to get in his own head, he just doesn't perform well. So I'm hoping that despite his performance in race 1, the second run he comes back with a clear mind and he focuses really, really hard. And like in the first race, I think he could have a very nice early lead, continue bolstering that lead throughout the run. If he can manage to do that and just get a sick run, and let's say Logic has a bit of rough times with RNG or with Gulp or anything in the run, he can maybe get a bit of that time back and maybe make the end of this look a bit better and get a clear winner out of this. I think race 2, Cam can definitely win, but to pull back 6 minutes, it's going to take a lot.
Croxu.
Absolutely agree, especially since like I think obviously that was mentioned here before. Both of the runners are extremely talented. They are also like very experienced with the category, and I think like it's not even that Cameron wouldn't be able to like pull all of this back, but I think like Logic will play even better in game 2. Like he's warmed up, so he obviously will play even better and probably maybe even get a better time than that. So if we assume that Logic could, I don't know, for example, say like a minute or two from the time he got in game 1, then like actually being able to win in combined time would be very, very, very difficult for Cam. But obviously, like everything can happen. Like it's a very long round, so
Yeah,
it
no,
can.
absolutely. I just want to notate that both of our runners are back, so we're about ready to go.
All
T-Bone,
right.
thank you
I'm
for
outta
popping
here.
in again and chilling with us. Thank you again for your commentary on game 1, race 1.
Yeah. Good luck to the runners. Good luck to the both of you as well with commentary. Have fun.
Absolutely. See you in the chat. All right, so we have our 2 runners here, again, ready to go. Groxu, who do you have? We didn't actually say who we have for this race. Personally, I'm going with CameronVengenz. I think he has like I said, chip on his shoulder. I think he has something to prove, and I think he's going to come out here and he's going to put on a stellar performance.
But I think Logic can play even better than he played in race 1, and he already warmed up. He already showed the best time. I mean, he already showed in game 1 that he can get a very good run, despite like being maybe not warmed up that well. But yeah, I have Logic for this one.
All right. Well, we have our picks and our runners are ready. I'll give you guys the countdown right now. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, seems Cameron wasn't tabbed in. Oh. Might be having a bit of delay on the Cameron side of things. I'm not sure if Cameron's. Oh, there we go. We got a refresh from Logic. Let's go. All right, starting right off in Glimmer, home, as some would call it. Groxu, you have some feelings about this level, don't you? Just general emotions.
Oh, you started with home. I can finish with home of resets. As you can see, Logic already talked to Zoe. This is like a common reset point here in Glimmer, especially for both of these runners who like to have a very crisp first level, which is Glimmer that we are in right now. I don't really care about having perfect Glimmer. I think there's enough time to like save in later sections of the game. But obviously, as to those two fantastic runners, having very crucial. Yeah, we're going to start.
Groxu, I think your mic is tuned out a little bit. Is there any way you can step like a little closer to it, or?
Sure, man.
All right. So it's oh, Cam gets nice through that. So one little thing that I want to notate, I've seen Cameron reset on going through that flight power up probably more times than I've seen him finish any speed run ever.
Yeah.
That's because going through that, sometimes you'll get like a little dialogue box from the little mouse kangaroo boys. I don't know what they actually are exactly. They look like a mixture between a kangaroo and a mouse. I have no idea what they're supposed to be. But you'll get a dialogue box from him, and what'll happen is you'll lose the flight power up, and you'll have to go back through the gate, and it loses, I think, just 3 or 4 seconds. But as Groxu said, getting a crisp first level is very important to both these runners, namely Cam, who I don't think I've ever seen him take a subpar Glimmer out ever, because he just treasures that so much. So it's definitely a reset point, but it's good to see him get past it. Both runners heading through, getting these lizards on the way, collecting all the gems, and trying to get all the minigames done in short order. Logic messing up the gem jump a little bit there. There we go, we're nice and up. It's definitely been an okay level so far. The only real mistake I saw was Logic talking to Zoe. Cam bonked a couple times, but pretty crisp, pretty clean from both runners.
Some movement mistakes, obviously. Also, it's pretty cool to see all of these levels being done in a live environment, because obviously most of the time those 3 splits that we have right now, which is Glimmer, Colossus, and Idle Springs, are basically the biggest reset points during the runs. The latter 3 obviously are mostly because of RNG, but Glimmer is just up to runner's movement, right? So yeah, some movement mistakes here and there, but since this is a live environment, it's also very pleasant to see where and what is being done wrong. But yeah, so far it's nothing major happened, and we're going very cleanly. Especially Logic is already leaving through the portal to Summer Forest. Cam is just a little bit behind him.
Yeah, certainly. And like you said, we're seeing a live version of these. So frankly, nothing's gonna go perfect. Not that it ever does in a speed run, but it's very cool to see a non-sanitized version of such a reset heavy or volatile category. It's interesting to see. Like I said in game 1, actually, during the little pre-game before we got into here while the runners were on break, Logic's time in game 1, he had a bit of a rough time, specifically in Idle Springs, Colossus, with getting the hockey, and I believe Cam actually had a bit of a questionable fish. So those things in specific are going to be reset points if you're seeing them do runs for PBs, but in a race environment, those are kind of less of a factor in terms of resetting, but more of a factor in terms of who pulls ahead early on. So heading into Colossus, Logic, we're definitely going to have to see a better hockey than last time. If we don't, I don't know what I'm going to do. Absolute tragedy last time.
Yeah. It's just what can happen. Obviously, we're going to talk a little bit more about hockey later on, and what can go wrong and why it goes wrong. Usually for like during those PB rounds, or rounds for PB. But yeah, now here we're going to do a little skip using those statues, and now this is a very interesting part because we changed this route recently. We actually noticed that those goats outside we saw Logic kill and now Cameron also. Though we noticed that those goals are basically on a perfect cycle if we just drop straight to them. So like it's basically faster to do it this way because previously we used to drop down to this little like area with gems, and then we would climb back up and then we would hunt for those goats. But we changed it, we optimized it a little. It's very cool to see those things being used over here.
Certainly, I think there's like a lot of optimization that's been brought to this run. Obviously, Hundo NLS was never originally an SRTPC category. However, it was kind of the original inception of what 100% was for Spyro 2 on console. So to see it go from where it was then with kind of more basic routing and a lot more like just there just weren't as many things that were thought of by runners because people weren't as experienced with the game. To see the evolution of it routing wise and everything kind of firsthand has been really, really cool. It's been really a lot of things you've introduced, Groxu, have made their way into the route. Small things here and there, but also, you know, there's just a lot that's changed since its inception, and it's only going to keep growing. And I think, honestly, we haven't really scratched the surface with the potential of this category yet. I think once we find some bigger skips, I don't want to name one in specific, but you know what I'm thinking.
Yes.
If we find that, this category gets cracked open very, very much.
I absolutely agree. It's also like both of these runners tend to care quite a lot about like very little optimizations. I know we've been in a Discord together, in a Discord call talking about Ricos, and we were basically like discussing about a potential half-a-second time optimization, which is, you know, interesting. But yeah, obviously it tends to go this way. But yeah, here we are in hockey, and now what can hockey one is basically the worst of the two because sometimes the RNG throw from the brother outside the field can be basically uncatchable on like the first turn. So we would have to chase after the puck like later and lose time on that. So basically this is the worst thing that can happen here in hockey, and if it happens more than once, so obviously it can go up to 5 times. It's a very massive time loss, which we in a PB like hunt for PB environment, we obviously don't want any often reset here. That's why it happens. Hockey 2 isn't that devastating because like the time loss here isn't as like you don't have to chase for after the puck for that long. So it's not that bad, okay? But yeah, hockey definitely a major reset point over here, especially since, well, it's so early into the run, so we're not losing that much time, right?
I just want to point out both runners had absolute howlers in Hockey 1. Logic probably got a comparable Hockey 1 to his last one, but he recovered it a bit better this time around.
Yeah.
Definitely a reset point for sure. Which brings us into like the fact that, like I said, and like I believe Randy and T-Bone said, this category super volatile. I think all of SRT2 is super volatile for a number of reasons. You have all the RNG in the run between things like popcorn, things like gulp, hockey, fish. There's just so much of it, and that's what really, really makes the difference in a race environment, in my opinion. Because, like I said, we have two runners of, I would say, even quality, if not the same quality, and they're putting up their best shot. But hockey, fish, all these things are going to add up, and that is going to be the big difference maker. It's kind of what happened in Gulp for Cam. Unfortunately, it was a bit different, a form of RNG. He kind of got like weirdly triple hitted in Gulp. I don't know how it happened. If we could figure out how to do triple hits in Crush, but not to Spyro, that'd be great. But yeah, it's definitely gonna be a matter of who gets the better RNG in some aspects, but also I think both runners are 100% capable of keeping up with each other. Camera just heading out of Colossus there. Not too far apart. The runners are about 6 seconds apart right now.
Yep.
So, like I said, very tight early goings. Both had a comparable hockey, I would say. Cam might have gotten a little bit better, but yeah, not 100% sure where he lost the time to Logic in that level.
Here actually Logic struggled a little to get to money back, so he lost some time here and there. So I think the now it's going to be a slightly lesser of a advantage for Logic. I think it's probably like 4 seconds instead of 6 now. But yeah. So yeah, here we are in Idol. Obviously doing the. Now we're going to do the second major reset point, which is one part of the Foreman Bots puzzles, which is fishies.
Shoutouts to Foreman Bob, absolute legend in the 40-yard console team.
Hell yeah.
The fishes
We
do
should
weird
love
things
it then.
timer. I agree.
Yeah. But yeah, so why is fish so devastating? It's not only because of the like color of the fish, because obviously we can't throw reds in, but still reds are not that bad. The worst is the RNG of like the cooldown between those fish actually like jumping out of the water. That's actually the most devastating. You can sometimes go really quick, sometimes it can go devastatingly wrong. So
Speaking on that, actually, it looked like both runners got pretty solid and slash average fish. They didn't really get the best possible, but that was like both pretty quick. Like I think Logic only got like 1 red and pretty quick fish, and Cam got I think 1 red as well and just pretty quick fish.
Yeah,
Which is
that was
very good.
Yeah. That was very good. Yeah. So I know here in Idol, I don't know if Cam actually attempted it, but I know he likes doing a little trick we call average trigger over here. It is, yeah, he did it. We usually, like originally, we used it in 20, because it was like the most time safe in that category. But actually, it's viable in all of the categories that we currently run in Spyro 2. So very cool to see Cam. I didn't manage to see if Logic also did that, but yeah, very cool that these runners actually incorporate like those small, very hard to see for like very casual viewers things.
Logic missing a lot of gems on his way around there. He's gonna need to do a little bit more cleanup than I believe Cam will. Who's on mouse and keyboard? You can tell he has that little shoddy movement, little bouncy here and there. Doing a little bit of a quick turnaround, catching these last 2 hula girls. Didn't get the forbidden basket though. Always sad. I do want to point out Cam over here smoking the grass with a little bit of that flame. He's hitting that every once in a while. In the spirit of Xbox, he's smoking grass. I misspoke. That was supposed to be funny. I promise. Anyway, moving on. I know Cam's probably chuckling at that. Both runners cleaning up gems. We're actually mostly through Idle Springs. Not really too much left to do right now.
Yep, we're going to go into this like waterfall section right now. And after that, we're just going to finish the puzzle, get the orb, and do some like extra cleaning underwater and on the grassy area next to the start of the level, and that's going to be it for Idol over here. But like you said, fish was pretty good. Runners haven't done any major mistakes in this level, so we should be looking pretty even once again.
For sure.
In terms of lowless time, right?
I think actually Cam might have carved back a few seconds here with some of his supercharge. I think it actually might be a lot more close just purely in between these two runners, which again, I'm not really too surprised by. They're both extremely talented. Logic, I would say, is probably a little bit more consistent than Cam, but I know Cam has the potential, so any run could be an incredible run for Cam, which is really awesome.
Yep.
Cam finishing off these last few gems, and yeah, he's actually ahead by a few seconds coming out. That's really nice to see.
He entered about like 4 seconds behind. He entered about like 4 seconds behind, and now he's at 4 seconds ahead. So very good.
Yeah.
Because we're going to do some extra gem cleanup over here in Summer Forest, and also do this Hunter's tutorial minigame, which obviously isn't very difficult, but very famous bug can actually happen over here, which is charge storage. And if you don't react quick enough, you can actually like run off the platform, and it's a couple of seconds for sure. But both of them managed to actually avoid that, so very good, very good.
Yes, charge storage. It's absolutely hilarious every time it happens. Not to the runner, but to anybody who's watching the runner. It's just fun to see them run right off the edge. Does look like it should be happening. The only way you can really tell it's happening is if you have a controller display on, because obviously your controller is going to reflect you hitting the square or X button if you're on Xbox controller, of course. But you're just gonna be charging, and you're gonna be like, "Wow, I'm sad. I just lost my run," or a bunch of times.
Yeah,
every single
exactly.
Time. Speaking of run, Hurricos, how do you feel about this level?
Well, it's an interesting level, especially like since all of these sections that we have over in this level are pretty important. For example, this first section. Over here, it's quite important to do it very fast, because if you actually do it, then we achieve something that we call gold cycle, and it's basically those moving like obstacles on our way to this orb. If we do everything like very optimally and fast, we will actually be able to just like go straight without like waiting for the obstacles to like be aligned properly. So yeah, that's an interesting part of the level. Another one is what Logic is going to be doing now, and Cameron will follow, which is he will use those fans over here to actually launch himself over to these like gates over here and grab those gems. Obviously, there are a couple of ways to actually get those momentum jumps. You can basically use one.
Cam failing there.
Yeah, Cam actually failed. Cam actually failed, and we will actually be able to see, thanks to that, or like unfortunately because of that, we're going to see like the backup. How you should actually approach this this section of the level if you fail that momentum jump. So as you can see, Cameron used some tight hovers and jumps to get out of bounds, kill the remaining like stone thieves, and then he actually go back in bounds in order to grab those gems. He unfortunately didn't manage to get, and now he's going to go back and grab the rest, like finish the rest of the minigame. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's not a run killer by any means, but definitely going to give Logic a couple seconds advantage here. But, like I said, Cam is 100% capable. You never know what's going to happen in this run. Those are the things I'm going to reverberate throughout the entirety of the broadcast. I think overall, can't be sure. I believe that loses about 15, if I'm not mistaken. So if we're just to go to by estimates, Logic will probably be about like 10 ahead, give or take, based off how much he was behind going into the level.
Yep,
of course,
exactly.
That's dependent on if nothing else happens on Cam's side, or if nothing else happens on Logic's side, because you never know. You can always just get whacked by one of the robots or something, and there, or maybe even take a somehow a death. I believe he actually took it up in the first outing to Hurricos today on the first section of the level, so it's not out of the realm of possibility. Not to Commentators cursing, but
Yeah, if you're very unlucky, you can actually get comboed by those robots and just die instantly, even if you have full spark. So yeah, those things can happen, but those runners are obviously very experienced. So I'd say it's very rare to actually see those things. And as you can see, Logic is actually going to grab the last hard chest, and he's going to exit the level. Nothing, not a major mistake. Basically, like Logic during this level hasn't made a very major mistake, so that's good for him. For Cam, it obviously was that failed momentum jump, but still, he's not going to be horribly, unrecoverably behind. So yeah.
yeah, absolutely. So here we see Cam going in to finish it. He's gonna go grab that supercharge and hit that. Wait, is he an enemy behind? He's an enemy behind. Well, I think the robot was actually just off cycle. I don't think he was actually behind the enemy, but about 10 seconds behind, give or take. A little bit more like 15. But definitely within the realm of possibility where he catches up and maybe takes this race too. Sunny Beach is an interesting level. I think the hardest part of it will be coming at the end, which of course we'll talk about more when we get there. But a lot of this level depends on that cycle, at least in terms of if you're gonna reset or not at top level. The majority of it's pretty simple. You have Turtle Soup 1 and 2, which are kind of mini games. They kind of just exist. You have to do them because obviously it's 100%. Logic going for like this little jump. Pretty interesting trick found by EasyScape, to speak for my commentator in the first run. Randy, he couldn't remember the name. And I believe it was Cam who mentioned it during Turtle Soup 2, that it was EasyScape. But brought to 40 orb mainly by the runner, Mr. Night Shift. Shout outs to Night Shift. And it's definitely become a pretty important part of the run, saves you a good few seconds in that run, but also very important to this run, because again, if you're at top level, you're trying to shave as many seconds as you can in every single level that you can. So Logic hitting out some of the turtle boxes. Cam just getting into the second section of the level now. Logic's about halfway down with the turtle boxes, but like I said, we get the last three later on. And it's gonna be Turtle Soup 1 and 2 in a moment here.
Yeah,
So you're-
I know, like, obviously we're going to get to Turtle Soup just in a second, but I just want to start, like, mentioning some things about it. Basically, like, the most important thing about Turtle Soup is actually, like, the kind of the mental effect it has on the runners, because I know, like, some people, like, for example, Cam, actually expressed that doing Turtle Soup 2, because like Turtle Soup 1 is actually acceptable, it's decently length, but like Turtle Soup 2 is very stale, very boring, and very long as well. It's about like minute and a half. So I know like some runners actually express their well, they just don't like Turtle Soup 2 because not because it's like boring or anything. It actually like kind of
takes you out of the zone.
Yeah, makes you zone out, exactly. So it's very difficult to actually like keep focus during this mini game in order to like obviously keep focus for the rest of the level, especially since like you mentioned, the section just before the end of the level is actually going to be quite tight in terms of timing, which we're going to see in a second.
For sure. I definitely think there is such a thing as I forget what the term, somebody used it recently, I think it might have been Toasted Cat, but it's something regarding runner mentality and how the pacing of a run reflects how a runner feels. So like when you do run to things like a long loading screen or a long mini game that's just monotonous, a little bit dull, it does affect you, and it does kind of if you're moving with momentum, you're tending to lose that momentum when running into an instance like this. So I can only imagine that for Cam, who actually so far has been having a bit of a shaky start, this actually might be a good reset point mentally for him. Definitely not a bad start by any means, but he's had a couple of like hiccups here and there. namely with that momentum jump in the last level. So far, Sunny Beach was actually pretty much flawless. I didn't really see anything wrong that he did.
Yep,
Um,
exactly.
So this will maybe help Cam get in the zone, I hope. Same thing with Logic. I hope they both zone up a bit after this, because I know they've both had a bit of a, like I said, shaky start.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And now we're approaching this this section that we talked about earlier. So basically, after you get this power up, you want to clean up the entire area over here. So you want to grab all of these gems and destroy all of the turtle boxes. Like the most difficult thing about this section is to actually do it quick enough, because as you can see, the power up is actually running out when you approach the last turtle box. So so yeah, this is quite a difficult section if you want to like clear the entire area during the power up, and you're lacking at movement. As you can see, Cameron actually failed the jump and he just can't
Oh
continue.
no.
He has to go back because he wouldn't be able to clear the entire area in time. So this
Yeah.
is, and he has to go back again. So this is
Oh,
very
no.
unfortunate, obviously, for Cameron. I feel really bad for him.
Yeah, it's definitely not a good thing to see there. The hardest part about it, like you said, is just the timing of it. It's super tight, and even making a mistake like bonking there, you're pretty much guaranteed not to make it. And if you're gonna test fate by even trying it, 9 times out of 10 you're gonna get punished. And obviously, losing a couple extra seconds compared to losing around like 20, 30 to go all the way back through from the beginning is a little bit better. It obviously either way kind of sucks, but it does make it again another, I would say, reset heavy point. I've seen Cam reset in Sunny Beach
Yeah.
relatively frequently whenever he's in the level, unfortunately, because of that. Specifically just bonking there. And in game one, actually, he did the same thing, but this time he actually recovered much faster, which is good for him. So Logic and Ocean Speedway probably. Can we say that Ocean Speedway is the worst speedway in Reignited? Can we say that?
I'd say it's well, for sure in Spyro 2 it's the hardest. It is the hardest to do properly, mostly
Okay.
because of the like of the cycles of enemies. If you mess up some movement, or even the game just simply destroys you in some regards, because for example those cars hitboxes are very weird and can just simply like knock you off even when you're charging. So that's kind of interesting. But yeah, if if you do some of like a very small mistake in this level, the cycles at the end of the level, which are the like remaining bolts, are going to be slightly off, and you're going to lose even more time. So so yeah, it's a difficult speedway for sure.
Totally. I think it's definitely the most difficult to do optimally. Casually, I think it's actually a walk in the park. I love the speedway casually, but I think in a speed run, it's probably a nightmare. Probably putting it lightly there.
Yeah.
But it's definitely proving to be pretty trivial for these runners. I didn't really see other than mess up the speedway portion. Logic's been on the ring part for a while, but honestly, it's like the routing's interesting, but it's kind of not particularly an interesting minigame either. You kind of just fly around through every ring. You can follow Hunter, or you don't have to. You can really just do in whatever order you want. And it's, like I said, a pretty trivial minigame. I would actually argue this is one of my least favorite minigames in Spyro 2. Ocean Speedway getting all the flack today from the commentary team. So I think
Hell yeah.
T-Bone earlier was also giving it a little bit of a bad rep.
Yep. I, I have to say that that this mini game actually, because because you can do it like out of order, is actually quite interesting. And also it's somewhat difficult, because if you don't know the optimal route, you're just going to fail. So
Yeah.
so yeah, it's quite interesting in that regard. But I obviously agree that that there's nothing special in this minigame. You just want to like fly through all 20 rings, and just that's it.
Yeah, I mean, it's solid aerial movement. It's a good display of that. but there's nothing like particularly, amazing about it. But obviously, Logic heading into Aquaria Towers now, which I don't know how you feel about this level. I personally think it's one of my favorites in Spyro 2. I don't know why. It just, when I think of Spyro 2, it's like one of the first levels that popped in my head. Mainly because that little seahorse, our world is wet again, which we'll get to see his world be wet again, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Logic missing that vase. I don't know if he realized he missed it. Yeah, he did. Wait, no? Maybe he's coming back around for it. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Hopefully I'm not confusing him too much. I know he's in call with us. I don't want him to feel self-conscious. I don't know if he gets that later.
I don't think he missed that mid-base, to be honest.
It looked like he went around it. Well, I'll have to actually pull up a clip real quick and see if I can get a little bit of action replay on that.
Hell yeah. But yeah, when it comes to Aquaria, it's probably like it's actually a decently long level. I think it's actually the longest level here in Summer Forest. I might be mistaken, but I think it's like it's the longest level over here. Actually, maybe Colossus or like on par with Colossus. But yeah, because like there are so many different sections, and also there's this mini game, the Seahorse Rescue, obviously. It kind of requires you to backtrack through the level. Also, like destroying the heart chest and killing the mecha sharks with the power up. It all makes you like go through the level twice, basically, which is why this level is so long. But yeah, other than that, it's a pretty like unique level. Well, obviously you go just through the entire level basically in water, so you have to actually show your skill in moving through the water because the physics over here obviously are slightly different. But yeah, it's quite an interesting level for sure. And we have two auto scroller orbs over here now, so.
Yeah. One thing I wanted to mention, it's just like a little parallel to the original games. One thing about the Seahorse minigame and the backtracking that is really more unique to SRT is that we don't actually have a way to get into the Seahorses early. Whereas in OG, you actually just go to the last Seahorse and you pretty much complete the minigame because he only really cares about his last kid in OG. It's pretty interesting thing about that game compared to Reignited. Just because we don't have a way to clip into it. But I just want to make a little mention of that because we were talking about that. Also, I did a little bit of a replay on that moment. It appears Logic didn't grab that vase. Oh. I watched it back like 3 times and he runs by it each time. It doesn't. I don't hear the sound of it breaking, so I can only be left to assume it doesn't actually break.
Okay, that's actually good to know. Maybe also like. Logic will listen to that and go and check this one out. But yeah. So basically, I also want to like add that even if we had a way to actually get the like clip into the last tower, there's actually not like the seahorse isn't present then. There until you like free the previous one. So
really, that's interesting. Actually, I had no idea about that.
Yeah.
So I guess this seahorse does care about his kids. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah.
All right. Logic on to number 4. Let's go.
Yep. This tower, those 2 towers in this section are very interesting because like if you do the first tower quick enough, you will actually have a perfect cycle for the second tower. You won't have to wait for like the electric fields to be disabled. So so yeah, that's very well done by Logic, and let's hope that Cam will actually be able to do this as well.
Oh, Logic just swam by where the vase was, and this is interesting because I'm I actually did pull up the clip here, and it doesn't appear that he hit it. It doesn't make sound that he hit it. Huh. Well, either way, if he's got it, he's got it, which is good for him, of course. He actually gave it like a quick check as he ran by.
Yeah.
I think he was just confident he got it, which I respect. Never trust me on gems, as Toasted Cat will tell you.
Ooh.
Logic pick up the firepower up here again. Gonna go through and I believe hit up some of the sharks and some of the metal chests. That way we can collect all the gems as you do in 100%.
Yep.
Hitting all the sharks. Honestly, I don't. How do you feel about the designs on the sharks, like the models of them, comparatively to the originals? Because I actually think the Reignited ones like are way cooler looking.
They are way cooler, yeah, but I also think like, at least like thinking back into my childhood, I think like the OG ones were actually more scary than those ones. But yeah, these ones
Oh,
are
yeah.
pretty cool.
I think it's also a lot more easy to be frightened of them as a child, though, considering being a child and all.
Yep.
Cameron,
Exactly.
about to clean up the last seahorse here. All right. Oh, I'm sorry, second to last seahorse. Mistaken on where he was in the level.
Mm-hmm.
One thing about the towers in Aquaria, I know that we've mostly gone through the level as Logic heads into Crush. I actually personally find the placement of the towers to be really perplexing sometimes. I get lost in this level,
Oh, yeah.
and I'm just like, where's the sixth tower? I have no idea where it is.
Yeah, exactly. If you don't know the game, like if you don't know the route and stuff, it's actually very difficult to like, understand where you are. But yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, missed
So
that.
yeah, obviously here in Crash, yeah, you can do the so-called the double hits, but all of these runners are probably not going to get them. It's a very difficult, like timing precise trick. So you know, it's we can't like expect them to actually hit it every time. That's quite reasonable. And also like one thing to mention is I think Logic is actually going to finish Summer Forest in a pretty reasonable time. It's not going to be like sub 35, but it's still a very solid time for a like live environment, right?
Yeah, for sure. One thing I do also want to take a moment to mention is I actually just timed their exits to Aquaria Towers just to see how far apart the runners are. Heading out, they are exactly a minute apart from each other. However, if you remember from the last game, anybody who was chilling out, we actually saw the same thing, but the opposite way in favor of Cameron. So what this means for like the rest of the race is Cam obviously has the potential to shape up and still kill the rest of this run, get an absolute stellar time, but it will take a little bit more. Logic, of course, putting on a pretty good pace, like you said. It's a very solid pace. Aside from hockey, there wasn't really anything I think that went wrong for him so far. So it's this might even be close to PB pace. I'm not 100% sure on where his PB sits heading into Crystal Glacier. I was about to say Icy Peak. I caught myself though. I'm proud of that.
He had a very respectable, like one of the best. I think it was the first ever 3440X. He got in his PB. So it's about like 40 seconds. He's about 40 seconds behind his PB, which is, you know.
Yeah, really good considering, especially like I believe Randy said. Been a bit focused on 3NE recently. Spyro, Reignited 3NE, and 117. So it's obviously taken a bit of his attention away from 200 NLS, but just goes to show how quality a player he is, despite that. So really good performance from Logic here so far in game 2. Cam also still putting up a fight, I'd say.
Oh yeah.
We
Let a minute about because Cam finished 36:28, so it's about a minute. And yeah, Crystal Glacier.
I don't think there's like a lot to say about this level aside from it's very, very nice to do the leopard minigame. It's very therapeutic. If the entire game was just the leopard minigame, I'd kind of be pogging, but also not pogging because the rest of Spyro 2 is also very cool.
It's
But-
very cool. Yep.
The majority of this level, you don't do anything you do in Spyro, or in any percent or 40 orb for Spyro 2. You really, the route is unique to Hundo NLS, I would say,
Yeah.
because you just have to collect the gems. You can't really skip any of the parts. You can't really do any of the skips in the way that we typically would, at least not in a way where it would be optimal. So it's just kind of its own entity. It's not a bad level. It's a pretty chill time, though, I would say. It's a good reprieve at the beginning of this hub, because there are a lot of brutal levels coming up. And
Oh,
this is a good one to kind of refresh your mind on, give yourself like a little breather, because you can mess things up, but there's not really anything that I would say loses you the run immediately in this level.
I absolutely agree that that actually Glacier is probably like one of the easiest levels here in Autumn Plains, at least in terms of like routing and stuff. It's actually very simple to remember what you should do, because like the level itself is like not only split into two major sections basically, so like the one before the bridge and after the bridge, but also it's like very tightly packed, so so you can't really go like off track basically. So yeah, it's one of the easier levels for sure. Also one of the chiller levels, as you mentioned, mostly because of Georgie.
I couldn't remember his name. Thank God you did. I was trying to think of it this whole time.
Yeah.
Absolute boy, the lad Georgie, who has one of the best Reignited redesigns in my opinion. I think they're absolutely adorable.
Oh yeah. Totally.
Cam collecting the talisman while Logic's picking up the orb from Georgie there, or from the shaman for the Georgie minigame, if you will. Yeah, I think Cam's gonna have a nice like little chill time to hang out with Georgie. Hopefully it puts him in a good mindset. A little bit of zen, a little bit of a meditative state while you're with Georgie.
Yep. Absolutely. And Logic in the meantime is doing the Rocklet orbs. Obviously there are also some orbs. I need some gems in this area, so we also have to collect them. But yeah, other than that, the minigame pretty simple. You just need to eradicate all of the Draclets. It's quite a pain if you're doing it casually, because obviously these Draclets tend to respawn after some certain amount of time, and you also could have seen that in Logic's Crystal Glacier, because like the last Draclet he killed, he actually also killed him at the start of doing the minigame. So obviously they can respawn, but if you're quick enough, it won't take you that long. You will actually, like, the one you started on is going to be the last one you kill. So yeah, it's not it's not a horrible minigame.
For sure. It's like we said many times for that level, very standard, very run-of-the-mill. Not a lot going on in terms of crazy tricks or routing. Pretty average. But still, Badlands, pretty interesting level. I really like how you go about the bone routing for Hundo NLS. Obviously, Bone Dance being its own category. This orb rather. Sorry, I get my games confused there with collectibles. It's probably one of my favorite eggs, or I keep saying it now. One of my favorite orbs in all of Spyro 2. It's just fun, and it's funny to see a skeleton floss a little bit. But sadly,
Hell yeah.
once we get to that point, I doubt Logic's gonna let us see him floss. But if he does, I'm gonna pog. We get to see a floss for a moment. Yeah.
I mean, we have to see it for a little while actually. It's,
True. Like a moment.
built- Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, this level, because of like how it's built, so obviously there's lava everywhere, it damages us, and there's also there are also some places in which we have to basically take intentional damage in order to grab gems or just grab a bone or whatever. you can actually, if you're not careful enough, you can actually die sometimes if you're really unlucky. Um, and that basically sets you back by a lot. So
Yeah,
so
especially
yeah,
with the whole of this level is like it can be brutal if you do die, and there are a lot of spots where you can just take a death.
Yep.
Like literally, it's just covered in lava. It's literally the level is the floor is lava, the whole way through. So it's definitely a little bit sketchy from time to time when you're going through, and maybe you just don't get coyote time, or you overestimate your coyote time out jump, and you just fall into the lava, and you're just crying in the club. Realistically,
I think like the worst part if you die.
oh baby, we're flossing. Sorry, I'm
ha-
up a little bit
yeah.
of floss. Oh yeah,
Oh,
logic.
yeah.
Logic giving it a little bit of a watch, a little bit of showing off here.
Oh,
Hey, let's go. Absolutely, I'm pogging for that.
dang.
Oh, always the showman.
Hell yeah. So yeah, the saddest part if you die in this level is actually the mystery base, because it resets if you die and you didn't like save that Zoe or anything. It actually resets the mystery base. So this is the most devastating part. So you need to be very careful before that. But yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. The mystery vase is in all of the levels is like it's probably the worst, in my opinion, the absolute worst base or way to pick up gems in the entirety of the series. Like spring chests, whatever. Everything in Spyro 1, the fan chests, the regular chests, the vases, fine. Mystery vase, lame. Lame as can be.
Absolutely.
Alright. Logic hitting across the bridge, doing first of the two mini games here. Both times you get a set route of 8 of the dinosaurs where, if it's set, you kind of just get to predict where they are. So we're going to see Logic go to each egg before they even hatch, basically spawn camping them and just clapping them, getting that first orb. And then the second time around, they're going to have a bit of a different spawning order, which we'll see the Logic follow this time around.
It's also not a very exciting minigame, especially if you know the route. You just basically come to every egg, wait for the lizards to hatch, and that's it. It's not a very exciting minigame, but also like it doesn't take that long, as long as, for example, like Turtle Soup or anything. It's about 30 seconds, I believe, which is, acceptable for 2 orbs especially. This is why what we also do like both of these lava lizards challenge in 40 orb. Those are pretty quick orbs anyway, so yeah.
Yep. We're going to see Logic pop out at 44:27 there. Very respectable time there for Logic heading out of Scale Off Badlands. Really, he's just having a solid run. Like, there hasn't been anything he's done that has been very bad. Like, it's all been very solid. Cam obviously has made a few mistakes, but nothing catastrophic either.
Yeah.
Overall, it's pretty good. Pretty good run so far from both parties. So definitely, I think Logic is feeling himself now after that first game, like the commentators T-Bone and Randy mentioned earlier. Logic was having a bit of a shaky start, let's say. So it's good to see him shaping up. Good to see him coming into his own for this.
But yeah, everything can actually change in this level, in Scorch, because of our favorite Bob.
Oh baby.
Yeah.
Bumbo.
Yeah. So obviously, like we have the Bolton mini game, the Flag Keeper. We have to recover all 3 of the Scorch flags that are on those flagpoles next to the buttons, and after we do that, we have to basically like chase after Bombo to get those flags, and it's it's not very difficult, but sometimes like Bombo can have a very weird projectile throwing pattern, and he can like accidentally basically hit you, which resets the entire like part of the minigame back to the original point. which is, you know, which is a heavy time loss in that instance, right?
I mean, if it happens on the first time around, it's not terrible. It's obviously not good, but if it happens on the third time around where you have to follow around the whole level, it's pretty brutal to say the very least.
Also, it also depends where it happens, right? If it happens like at the start of the like part, then yeah, it's not really a major loss. But if it happens at the end, even like the first part of the minigame, it's actually like pretty devastating to like get hit at that point. So.
One very, very nice thing if you were to play the original version of this instead of the Reignited version of the game, is Bombo is actually a lot more palatable, because instead of like running up behind him as you are intended to, they actually found an exploit where you essentially run around different sections of the upper parts of the level, and he kind of tracks the same way, so you get to make him continue going along, and you get to get his orb without, you know, taking a hit from Bombo, let's say. So in Reignited, it's definitely actually a lot more brutal to do this minigame, I would say. But nevertheless, InsertLogicT, aka Logic, call him Insert if you're feeling lucky. He's definitely making it look good, making it look easy so far. Hopefully, I didn't just jinx him as he heads into the last phase of it, because like I said, this is probably the most brutal part.
Oh yeah.
He's gonna be right outside the exit, and if he takes a hit from Bombo at that point, it's I would actually say that might put the runners even. I took some times upon their scale-off exits, and they're still sticking at about a minute apart, so it could definitely be anybody's game if Logic were to get hit by Bombo, but obviously we don't know what's gonna happen here.
Yeah.
Ooh, monkey minigame, getting hit for the first time.
Yeah, another pretty generally like disliked minigame because of how slow Hunter moves during it. But yeah, you have to do it in handle, obviously. Logic had some unfortunate. I think he even had flashbacks because he like instantly just dodged that coconut, because I know like once when he was actually on a decent pace, he just got hit by that coconut and thrown off the edge, which basically resets the entire minigame, which in his case means runs dead, right? So,
Yeah, pretty much. One question I have for you, Groxu, and anybody in the chat who'd like to answer, is which do you prefer, Spyro 2 Scorch or Spyro 3 Scorch? I think my answer is pretty easy.
Yeah, I mean, well, there's actually, I was actually thinking about like different aspects of those things. So for example, like design or difficulty or whatever, and I think everything, literally everything is in favor of Spyro 3 Scorch.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So that'd be fine to mention, at least to bring up. Ooh.
Yeah.
Logic not getting hit by Bombo. No Bombo today.
Nice. Very good.
All right.
Very clean.
Yep. Hopefully we can see a repeat of that from Cam, because I would hate to see him get hit by Bombo here. It would break my heart. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Still Logic, again, putting on a very good show here. Very, very good level. Like, I really can't think of a big mistake Logic's made. Which is just, again, just goes to the quality of the runners. I know I keep saying it at every level, but it's just, they're putting on good performances. They just are.
It's obviously like Logic is probably not on par with his PB, mostly because of like some small movement mistakes or things like that. But it's still like very, very solid run without any major mistakes, as you mentioned. So, so yeah.
Let me try to give you some perspective on that. I'm gonna try to pull up where his PB sits heading into Fracture Hills.
Oh yeah, that would be cool. But yeah, now Fracture is obviously like we're going to do the like free the phone orb. So we need about 40. Yeah. It's 14 enemies to actually activate the power up. In the meantime, we obviously also have to free 6 satyrs in order to get the talisman. So yeah, we had to come up with some routing that actually involves killing the enemies, freeing the satyrs, and also like clearing a like respectable amount of the like respectable area of the fracture hills, because still we have to obviously backtrack here in fracture hills because one of the orbs requires us to have head bash. So yeah, we're going to visit the fracture hills once again, and it's and then we're going to like finish clearing up the level anyway. But yeah.
Yeah. One thing I do want to mention is Cam got by Bombo without a problem. Let's go, Cam. And Logic's about a minute behind his PB, believe it or not. Despite a little bit of showing off, a little bit of having a little bit of fun with us here on the commentary booth. And despite some of the issues, but he's still putting together a really solid run.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And yeah, now we have that 14 souls. Logic is going to break that heart chest, and now he's going to free the phone. We'll see if we can. He's going to be able to get the opposite way. Yep, he got the opposite
Hey,
way,
let's go.
power up. Basically, what you need to do here is you need to jump like very shortly before entering the power up gate, and like you won't get the flat jump, because this is what happens after you enter the power up gate. Your jump gets like much shorter. Logic missed the jumps, and he also missed one base here in the tunnel, so he's going to have to. He actually missed the load. Okay, that's fine. He's going to have to collect all of those races in Fracture 2, which is a small time loss.
Yeah, with Supercharge, it's not too bad. I do also want to point out that in Race 1, Logic actually did a very similar thing, but it was nowhere near as devastating this time around, because he actually he bonked around like 3 or 4 times, like just getting like the Supercharge and going to like run that way. He bonked that entry a few times, so definitely not as devastating for Logic here as it was in the first game.
Oh yeah.
So
Absolutely.
coming up next, Magma Cone. How do you feel about Magma Cone, Graxu?
Well, to be honest, I think it's one of the worst levels. I will say that on the behalf of the entire community. No one likes Magma Cone, no matter what category it is. We all think it sucks in every single category, in all 2NE, 4D orb, and handle as well. It's just very. I'd say it's actually one of the more difficult levels in all of these categories. You can also like very easily die. A lot of things can go wrong because there's obviously another RNG factor, which is popcorn. You can also miss some enemies, for example, like in during the party crashers minigame. If that happens, you don't have much time to recover because you have the flight power up restriction, so time restriction. So yeah, it's a difficult level overall. It's been made slightly faster thanks to like my reroute basically, which involves not paying for the elevator to money bags. You'll see that in a second. But yeah, definitely a difficult level. I wouldn't say it's very complicated. It's just overall a hard level.
I'm actually having a bit of trouble with my player. I'm trying to get my VOD back up. I'm coming in with Logic doing popcorn currently.
Yep.
So as Graxu said, another point of RNG for the run. There's a lot of it. There just is. I think that's the problem with Spyro 2 for a lot of runners, is just the sheer amount of different things that can go wrong. They're just out of your control. There are a lot of things that just aren't your fault. Sometimes you just get all bombs and gulps. Sometimes you get all greens and ripto. Sometimes Hunter takes 55 million popcorn and you can't touch them because he tracks before you can see them. There's nothing you can do, and it's just a little frustrating from time to time. But ooh, Logic missing that third popcorn. That was almost a really nice start for him for popcorn too. That was actually really really upsetting to see actually.
He's still sweeping Hunter so far, so
yeah,
it's not that bad. Oh, okay,
No.
not anymore.
Oh, spoke too soon.
Yeah. Still a decent popcorn overall. Can't complain that much. But yeah, Cameron also clearing the upper area after entering magma over here. Pretty good, pretty solid. We obviously need 2 souls to actually access the flight power up, because without it we can't even start the mini game. So that's very important to actually collect those 2 souls, which Cameron will do over here because he has 1 so far. Yep, there's the second. And yeah, Logic is now sparkless actually, and it's pretty. Yeah, it's pretty. He won't be able to actually charge this base and collect all the gems instantly. He will have to pick them up manually, so that's unfortunate.
Could provide a little window for Cam to catch up a few seconds, which is
Yeah.
pretty interesting. He actually went sparkless towards the right before the popcorn mini game. I was gonna mention it, but my player was having some issues, like I said. So it's oh no, he goes sparkless again from that hit. That's tragic. Oh no.
It's not that bad here because he has like the blue butterfly base, so he'll have full sparks again.
Yeah, he's getting some good cleanups regardless of if he has sparks or not. So.
Yep. And here is the reroute, obviously, which involves this wall glide over here. If you're high enough, you can hover and get over the invisible wall here, and make your way straight to the like flight power up at the start of the area. So yeah.
It's also like very deceptive how high you have to be, because as you saw, he had to go up a lot higher to just kind of clear the wall, because there's just a lot of invisible walls in this game. It's one of the worst design features of this game is the sheer number of random invisible walls that exist, and you know, well that one might be for preventing people to get out of bounds or whatever. We still find a way. It's gonna happen. So just visible walls, get rid of them, eliminate them.
Yeah.
Speaking of eliminating them, Cameron eliminating Hunter in this popcorn, I believe 1 that he's on. He might be on popcorn 2.
It's 2. He has 12.
He just got 12. Yeah, I'm a little behind you still, I believe.
Yeah, that's fine. So yeah, it's still a respectable score. You like 15-5 is a decent score. Like around it's around probably slightly more than a minute for popcorn 2, which is fine. It's not fantastic, but it's not horrible either. And Logic actually finished the Party Crushers mini game, obviously because we don't like we took a little shortcut before. We had to come up with a different route as well as a different way of clearing like the leftover gems. But yeah, overall it's still faster than doing the original route with including the elevator. One thing that is worth mentioning is basically if you accidentally buy the elevator and still do the new route, you will actually get like if you enter that bottom of the volcano area where the elevator is and try to grab gems over there, the game will just take out your super flight power up, which is very unfortunate if you actually do this by accident. So thankfully, no, I think the runners haven't done that, and yeah, Cameron didn't get his power up cancelled, so he didn't do that either. Still very good. No major mistakes over here.
Yeah, I saw Logic be a little bit aware of that. He had to click, he had to go back and hit the no button when Moneybag
Yeah.
spoke to him as he was
Mhm.
running out.
Yeah, exactly.
So
That's the reason.
Yeah, but now we're about to see, I believe, Logic's second attempt at a rocket ride, which in the first game he nailed. So I'm interested to see if he hits it, or yeah, I'm interested to see if he hits it this time. Same with Cam. Ooh, oh my God, he's so good at the game.
Yeah, with that setup, it's actually pretty easy to get on top of
Mhm.
the rocket and not even fall. So yeah, very happy it's being used. It makes the trick overall more consistent, and it's also a pretty good time save here in 100 NLS and also in 40.
Mhm. Cam's heading out of Magma Cone. Gonna be making his way to Shady Oasis next.
Yep.
Auto scroller the level. I feel like this is probably, in my opinion, it's the worst level in Spyro 2. I think it's either this or Scorch. I think are the two worst for me personally. I think they aren't particularly interesting. The Hippo minigame isn't that bad. The thieves aren't terrible. But it's just, there's not a lot going on.
I think it's the like the biggest well, the worst thing basically about Shady Oasis here compared to OG is like Shorty's movement speed basically. It's in OG it's obviously way faster than over here. So you know we just have to live with that in our beloved game.
Yep.
And yeah, it's some unfortunate level for some certain categories. For example, like 20. In 20, obviously, you want to go through the first 14 levels as fast as possible.
Cam gets the
And,
rocket. Oh no! He went
Yeah.
kind of bit early. That's heartbreaking.
Mm-hmm.
I almost spoke a little soon on that.
Yeah.
Didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
Yeah. So in any percent, this level is obviously generally disliked because it's we want to get to talismans as fast as possible, and in Shady it takes over 2 minutes to do so. So yeah.
Logic in that mystery base once again. The cool thing about the mystery base, and I guess I should notate that there is something cool about it, is that it does at least offer some interesting routing by levels. It's just an inconvenience in my opinion because you just have to hit it so many times. Shows you a cutscene every time. It just slows the game down for like no reason. It feels. So
Yeah.
that's the problem I have with it. But at least you get some interesting gem routing where, as Logic did, he kind of went to a couple of different places there at different points to get the mystery vase. So also he could optimize his gem routing in addition to when he gets the mystery vase for where it goes that section. So
Yeah. Exactly. And also like since this is the first visit to Shady, it's also like better to just have this one done already and not wait for the second one, especially since in the second visit the only thing we need to do is basically escort Shorty to the point where we get all 18 souls required for the power up. We don't even have to like go to the like great tree, and we wouldn't have a chance to actually get to the mystery base in the second visit. So yeah, that's basically the routing of Tunnel and Rose over here.
we're into Speedway time, Icy Speedway.
Yep.
I think out of the speedways in Spyro 2, this one doesn't get any love, and I don't understand why. It's so cool looking, cosmetically, and then you also have a pretty interesting routing for how you go
Yeah,
about
I
doing
love
it.
the routing. I love the routing. It isn't like Logic almost failing here. Okay.
Oh my, that was scary.
Yep, that can happen. But yeah, it isn't very like intended. It isn't as intended, right? we have to do slightly different route in order to be as optimal as possible, and it's very cool to see because, for example, in levels like Metro or even Ocean, it's mostly like a linear as intended, right? So yeah, it's very cool to see this level, and now Logic is going to the parasailing minigame, which is overall pretty much an auto-scroll. Yeah, it is an auto-scroller. You just need to like position yourself to go through the rings. The only ring that you need to be aware of is ring 38. You need to know how to approach it, otherwise you're going to fail the minigame because it's a very tight. Okay, Logic actually got the ring 38, but failed on the second one.
Oh no, that's huge actually. That gives Cam a pretty big chance to come back here in a moment.
That is very unfortunate.
Yeah.
It loses like half a minute at least.
Yeah, that's definitely not a that's the biggest mistake Logic's made in this run so far.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I'm very interested. I'm probably gonna keep a number down on where the runners exit this level at, because I'm interested to see where the timing deficit lies, because I believe Cam lost quite a bit on his Shady because of obviously he missed the rocket ride.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, Logic getting. It looked like that was a bit of. Oh, it appears his controller was having some issues.
Disconnected. Yeah.
Yep. Oh no, that's actually this is very bad for Logic. I hope this doesn't continue to be an issue for him, because that's gonna unfortunately lose him at least a minute, I'd say. Yeah.
Yeah. Around
That's
a minute, for sure.
That's not time you can get back either, by the way. In case you were curious, that's just time you lose and you have nothing to gain. You're just sad.
Yeah.
Cameron finishing the speedway, and he's gonna be with Logic here in the same mini game. In just a moment. I believe Logic hopefully doesn't have another little controller disconnect or a little error there. But yeah, they're in the same mini game at least for a little bit. That gave Cam quite a bit back. That's crazy.
It's going to be around like half a minute difference between the two now. Very interesting.
All right, I'm gonna make sure I type down the numbers and make sure that we're hopefully as educated on where they are as we can be, because this now just got a lot tighter towards the middle of the run here, which is reminiscent of the first, because I mean they started getting more neck and neck as autumn planes went on, so I can't say I'm too surprised we saw this again. Just the means as to how it happened was a bit more heartbreaking, I would say.
Oh yeah.
Cam finishes up the minigame. Not a problem for him. Very good to see.
He didn't miss ring 38, which is like the worst ring, and then it was just smooth sailing. Very cool, very easy. He's exiting the level now, and Logic now doing the long glide, something he calls like 10 minutes of 10 minutes of like chill, basically.
Yeah.
10 seconds of chill, basically, before the nightmare that is Zephyr. So yeah.
It's a nice little reprieve. One thing I do want to mention is I did do those time real quick. It looks like the deficit is still in favor of Logic. Logic's still ahead, but it's only by 33 seconds now.
Yep.
So that's really interesting how much that minigame cost Logic. Unfortunately, it seemed for at least the second one it was unforeseen forces out of his control. First time around was just a genuine mistake, it appeared.
Yep.
So we'll see. Cameron heading into the long glide the same way, while Logic is chilling in Zephyr. I will say this run has a lot of really nice moments of reprieve to kind of cool you off before you spiral too far out of the run, more or less. 'Cause I know some runners have an issue where you fail something, and you're just really frustrated by it, so you just kind of continue thinking about that one mistake and don't really think about the rest of the run. But with all the different things that you have to kind of take a moment and breathe, it helps to kind of make reset lists like this a bit easier, I would say.
Oh yeah. Also, like a small comparison that I would make is a comparison of Zephyr 100 NLS to Zephyr 100 LS. Basically, for those who don't know, the route in 100 level storage is you clear basically the only area that you clear for real is like that upper area where the cannon is next to the like heart chest and the talisman room. This is the only area that you clear. Then you get the talisman, and then you do cowlicks. And after that, you just leave the level and you do a revisit with the level storage. And in my opinion, it's actually a very cool way of looking at Zephyr because the level is very long. So doing it in 2 parts is actually like beneficial, at least to me. Because obviously, like for those who don't know, Zephyr in this category over here is around 8 minutes. It can be longer if the cowlicks are in unfortunate positions. But yeah, there you go. Logic actually brought 2 cowlicks down to the ladder area, and now to use the extended ladder bug in order to get to the other area quicker. And there you go. Now he's going to get up those 2 free orbs and try bringing the other 2 cowlicks home as well.
I do want to point out, a little earlier in the level, we saw a minor mistake from Cam. He missed the base outside of the first area with the second cannon you see in the level, which does lose quite a bit of time because he needed to go back and basically redo it. Probably lost him about like 10-ish seconds. So we might see that deficit in favor of Logic move a bit more towards him once again. But it's not a crazy mistake, but it's definitely one that will lose a sizable chunk of time.
Yeah, absolutely. Because like we mentioned before, those mistakes just well, they don't have to, but they can obviously pile up. So doing like a small mistake that cost like 5 seconds or so. If you do a lot of them, they will
Can't
actually
be a little bit quick to the draw on that one. I like that from. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I just like that movement. I like that confidence.
Yeah, that's if you're confident, you can obviously do that. It's an interesting way to do this. If you fail it, you can actually for example get hit by the explosive barrel and just fucking get hit off the bridge. So, yep. Logic actually the cowlick didn't.
Baby.
Yep, it didn't go.
Wait, hold on. It got back up.
Yes, yes, because basically the cowlick doesn't go like if it falls down instead of actually going to the other side. If you drop down, no matter what you do, you just need to like flame it or get it up anyway. It will just automatically like there will be a scripted event that will just bring it back to the other side. So
really, that's pretty interesting. I've noticed that in terms of like when they're near it. I've never noticed somebody do it from down below, so that was a really good recovery from Logic.
Yeah, if you actually push them like to the other side, but they won't make it, right? So they will just fall down. It's like if they actually got to this trigger of that scripted event, but it just didn't activate there. So you just need to basically like put them once again inside it, and they will just go to the other side. So
did you see those cowlicks for you see Logic's cowlicks for a moment there? They were just kind of chilling it. They were just chilling inside each other under the map a little bit until they flamed him. Pretty interesting. Oh, Logic got all 7. That was actually I didn't think he hit the last one. That was very nice.
Very nice, yep.
I've seen people do that before, but I've never seen it be like that tight. Cameron getting cowed right now. Oh, he's good. He's freed him.
Yeah, it's those cows are really weird behaving because they just don't they get like this tunnel over here is very narrow, so they just they just don't want to go through it. They tend to get stuck on different things inside this tunnel, so it's very difficult to actually get them out of it. But yeah, it takes some time. Cameron got them. Now he's just gonna put it back into the pit, and it's going to be fine.
To answer your question, Night Shift, I believe Graxu is currently on his laptop microphone because he had to set up on a little base away from home.
Oh yeah, that is correct.
Do a little bit of Zephyr stuff right now. It's, frankly, I don't think the Zephyr could have gone much better for Logic. Cameron, I definitely know he's had a bit of a rough time with these cows. It seems a little rougher time in the Logic, so we'll likely see that favor I mentioned before extend out a little bit more in Logic's favor once again. But still, not bad Zephyrs for both players. Minor mistake from Cam, but it'll we'll see how it makes him play going forward. I couldn't find the word I was looking for at all.
Yeah.
I think Cam's actually done a very good job of not spiraling, which is one thing I do want to mention. He's definitely made some minor mistakes and, here and there, but it hasn't been anything where I feel like he's lost the run yet.
Yeah, absolutely.
Logic into Metro Speedway, arguably the best Speedway in Spyro 2.
I'd say it's the easiest, yeah.
I think it's just a lot of fun too. I really, there's the little movement that I enjoy more than hitting all those walruses really well if you're trying to do a fast speedway.
Oh yeah.
It just feels so good every time you do it. And all of this movement here, I also think I enjoy. It's pretty fun. I like how you can know these bumpy guys.
Yeah, those jumper guys have they have a weird hitbox basically, but like if you're careful enough, you just won't miss them. So that's fine. It's fine. Let's see Logic's times. 52, which is
It's pretty average.
Yeah, it's
middle of
pretty
the road.
average. It's not awful. He had some problems with those walruses that you mentioned, so it's understandable. Not a perfect time, obviously, by any means, but yeah. Now auto-scrolling minigame anyway, so can't really do anything to speed it up, unfortunately.
Yeah, just kind of have to wait on it, chill out, exist with it. As a kid, I found this to be one of the most, if not the most frustrating minigame for me in Spyro 2. I just couldn't wrap my head around where to go for these things.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't realize they were consistent until much later in life. And even still, I fail this minigame sometimes by not playing it off. Not really too much remarkable to say about it. You're just helping the mayor out, aren't you? You're kind of the Batman in this sense.
Yeah, exactly.
Taking back all the money. I don't know why I said Batman specifically. I meant to say the hero, but I said the Batman.
Yeah.
This is a pretty shady mayor, I gotta say though, because he just has this weird office behind like a waterfall. No other like people in his town. He just. How do we know that those people that were like Sly Cooper-esque? How do we know that those weren't the good guys? How do we know?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Can put together a much finer speedway than Logic, I will say though.
47.
Yeah.
47. Very good.
Absolutely.
Very good speedway. Yep. Absolutely. Now Logic obviously there's a little bug after getting those speedway orbs. Basically, if you quit before being like warped, you will softlock the game. But if you warp out of the level after getting an orb, you can actually prevent the softlock and still warp to the location you want to go in. So we use it here in order to warp to Scorch, exit level, and then basically clean the rest of Golden Plains before entering Breeze. So
yeah,
that's what Logic did.
I do want to mention that Cam's Metro is actually within 4.5 seconds of what the IL world record was. So in case anybody's curious, and I don't believe Cam does all the IL strats by the book. Obviously, if we did that every run, there would be a lot more resets and speedways. But to be that close without doing those strats, pretty impressive.
Yep. Cam obviously always says that his average Metro speedway is around 46 something, which is a very very good time. But also like ILs obviously have like they are after basically you need to go into the level and retry, and that like kind of plays with cycles and whatnot. So it's pretty much impossible to get a like very close time to what the ILs have because of those different cycles. So yeah.
Yeah, but despite that, Cam's still putting in a good one.
Yep.
Logic having trouble with this jump here.
Yeah, it's
We're into
actually,
Breeze Harbor.
it looks easy, but it isn't. It's a quite a tight jump. You need to also like basically go out of the range of that jointed part of the pipe, because if you jump from underneath it, you will obviously bonk your head on it. So you need to have a precise movement over there. And also like one thing we didn't mention, I'm pretty sure like commentators from the previous race mentioned it, but I can't be like sure about that. Is that Logic, because he isn't very consistent with grabbing the 2 mines from above the lava pit. He actually goes there instead of shooting them from like over the trolley track, right? This is what Cameron will do here. He actually did it, right? Yeah, he already did it. It
Very
didn't
well
take
done.
him. Yeah, it didn't take him horrible amount of time, so very well done by him. Logic opts to do a slightly different route in order to actually not lose that much time in this level.
Yeah. It can be brutal when you miss those mines.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
absolutely.
It's a prevalent thing because we also do that in 40 Orb. I can't tell you the number of times where I've missed those mines for a minute plus. It hurts, and it is never good. So I don't blame Logic, especially when you have the advent of 100% routing to go ahead and change that around a little bit in favor of what he's a little more comfortable with, even if maybe it loses a second or two to whatever Cam is doing.
So also one thing that I want to mention is that Logic is doing a slightly newer route compared to what Cam is doing. Cam is doing like the original route he came up with after me finding this jump on the pipe before the bolts area. So he's doing the original way. It's slightly slower than what Logic does. Usually there was also a slightly slower and also slightly older path that we did, that Logic did, or used to do, which is basically he, after completing the mini game over here, the mines mini game, he would go back to the start of the level and grab the remaining like 10s from the hard chest. But this is a slightly newer route. Basically what he does after getting the talisman is he then goes for those 10 gems and then takes the intentional death to get to grab all of these gems, go back to the talisman area, because like Zoe saved him there after getting the talisman, and this is a slightly faster route because of that. So he continues the level as normally, and now he's out of there, going to fight Gulpy now, while Cameron is finishing up Breeze Harbor.
Finish him off, and you can have all the berries.
And yep, There it is. Cam finished the mind spinning game, and logic this in gold. Obviously, gold has a few optimizations, and the first one is over here that we call a double barrel phase one. Basically, you need to hit gold on the exact. Well, as you can see, the egg drop, bird drop an egg, and what we want to do is we want to damage gold on the exact same time that the egg hatching animation happens. So, so that's what the logic attempted to do. Unfortunately, it was just a tad bit too late, very slightly too late, which is very unfortunate. It's not a major time loss. It's about 10 seconds, I believe. And now he's going to attempt triple rocket, which is basically the same concept, but much easier to execute, in my opinion. Especially since we know the projectile travel speed, and also we are guaranteed rockets in that phase, right? So.
Yeah, which makes a lot of sense. I know that for hit there. It's a little unfortunate. Just gonna wait for this next pterodactyl to drop that. Unfortunately, it doesn't get the triple.
Yep.
Yeah. One important thing to mention about this is we actually were aware of triple hits, but I don't believe anybody really looked to incorporate a double barrel hit until Kugroxu, which arguably makes this category a lot more palatable because you get to skip that bomb phase, saves you a little more time, and because people are more practiced with it, people are more willing to go for things like triples, which again just makes scope a bit better. If you get the triple rocket, it means you can get one bomb. If you get two bombs on like one of your phases or two barrels or whatever, like you can still kind of just get away with it. You can still kind of go for like an okay average gulp, as opposed to if you just get all bombs and you're crying. Just makes it a little bit easier not to get completely rolled.
In both of those cases, in both Logic and the Cam's cases, unfortunately, the battles were very far apart from, very far away from gold. So the travel speed was a little finicky, unpredictable basically, and both runners didn't manage to get double barrel phase one, though they were very, very close. They were like half a second too slow probably. So, yep, unfortunate, but that's just what happens. What can happen here in Gold P?
Yep, just the nature of the beast, if you will.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It's definitely. This is another interesting one in my opinion to compare to the OG version because I didn't get the triple rocket either. That's so unfortunate for Cam. It looked like he actually timed that really well. Probably, like you said, a little too late again that time.
He was too early this time, but yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, too late is basically when you can see the power up. Here you didn't see the power up at all. So yeah.
Okay.
It was a little bit too late. Too early. Yeah.
But I think comparing OG Gulp to Reignited Gulp is interesting strictly because in that game you can get triples. In that game you can get doubles. Difference is Gulp doesn't blow things up in the same way, and travel speed for projectiles is a lot different. So you can do a lot more weird things, right? So you can get these crazy triples where you'll go triple rocket, but you'll do it snap fast instead of having to wait for an egg. But both are possible. I would say OG it takes a different skill set to Reignited specifically because of how you just have to go about it, really. Because you have to just kind of rush between them and do a bunch of things kind of all at the same time. But Metropolis, I think Metropolis might be my favorite level in Winter Tundra. It's either this or Robotica. Very, very cool mini games. I think the saucers are fun. I think doing the ox is harder than Gulp, but that's a story for a different day. A lot of cool routing options. One such I will take credit for, and it's mine. Nobody gets to take credit for it but me. Is I was talking about incorporating a hit to the ox with the fireball power up because you did get there just about in time if you were to try to do it. So you get to the top of the ladder and you hit him, we'll see that in a little bit. But I just want to make a quick shout because I'm very proud of the one thing I've contributed to this category, despite nothing else being even viable for me.
Yeah.
Yep.
The runners won't actually, most likely won't actually do that because it's just not really that helpful. They will do the upgraded version, which obviously I came up with, which is
So
they
you
will
stole my
balance-
idea.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So
Um,
I'm like Tesla and you're like Einstein, right? That's
Yeah,
basically
yeah.
what it is. Okay, good.
So
So I'm
yeah,
the inventor, but you're the guy who stole it. Good. All right,
Yeah,
good. All right, good.
what they will attempt to do is they will balance on the ladder, and because of that, the power up will not actually like cancel. Because if you get up the ladder, the power up will get cancelled. But if you balance on the ladder, you don't get like high enough. The power up will stay with you, and you will be able to basically like combo the entire Ox just with the fireball. So this is what they will attempt to do. But yeah, when it comes to the levels itself, to themselves, I think my favorite level is Cloud Temple's here in Winter Tundra because of how interesting strategies there are to make the level optimized. We'll see that in a moment. But
True.
Metropolis, very cool level, especially because of this open area over here that both runners are in right now. Unfortunately, if you're like starting to learn the optimal like route in this level, it's very hard to actually remember where you need to go because of this open area. It's like
Yes.
yeah.
It's very confusing. It's
Mhm.
also very hard to execute well, in my opinion, especially when you're on the timer, which is very lenient for the saucers, I would say.
Yeah.
Because you are trying to do like some different stuff here and there to obviously bust down some of the balloon bases as well as hit some of the chests. That way, it's like optimal with what you're doing in terms of while you're with the saucers and while you're in that flight path. But it is also very easy to just miss one and just be like, oh, well, I guess I'll lose a few seconds here and there.
Now
But-
let's see what Logic is trying to do. He's actually too high. Okay, yep, now he did it. He shot the Ox once and twice. Unfortunately, he messed up some things over here. He obviously didn't play the category in a while now, so he forgot where he has to like stay, which is respectable. He still got 2 hits off, which is like this is the last hit. Yep, pretty well.
Once
And
again, that routing with the gems coming into play as you see Cam going about while he's hitting different saucers, looking for different head bash chests to hit, and making sure he maximizes the time he's using while also maximizing the things he's doing.
absolutely. And also, like, because of this routing, after the Sheep Saucer 2 challenge, you can, you have enough time to actually, go up the elevators and stuff, and you can actually go to the Ox and combo it down with that one power up. You don't have to renew it or anything like that. So yeah, it's possible. Let's see if Cameron will be able to do that as well, or better than Logic at least. Let's see. And he jumped a little bit too high, which is fine. He still
Yeah.
got a 1 hit off. But yeah.
Still saves you a hit on this, which is pretty solid. It's
It
always
takes some time, for
worth
sure.
it to save a little bit. Yep.
Absolutely. And yeah, now Logic is in Canyon Speedway, which is if done like optimally, at least in terms of like IL strats and things like that, it's the fastest speedway in Spyro 2 right now. But yeah.
Also
They're all-
most interesting in my opinion. I think it looks really, really visually appealing whenever you see a good runner do it.
It's also like the route is pretty straightforward, basically. Like you get from one like series of enemies or like accomplishments or whatever.
Oh no.
And yeah, then you just go to the other one and clear that area and just keep going and clear them.
Yeah, one thing we didn't really mention about a lot of the enemies in the speedways for Spyro 2, as well as the rest of the trilogy, is sometimes their hitbox are a little bit finicky. We actually saw that in Logic's last guy on the little tricycles. We saw him kind of flame through him a little bit there, which is unfortunate, but it happens. Unfortunately, that's just the nature of the hitbox in this game from time to time, where you think you hit something and unfortunately you don't. So you gotta roll with it. Now we're this mini game for me probably is one of the hardest in the whole. I know it's like a preset thing, but I find it so difficult to remember the path.
I think it's what makes it way easier is basically KBM. Because first of all, obviously your aim is way like faster, but also you can actually click with both left mouse and right mouse, and you will just laser beam everything. Because the game will just take input from both the left click and the right click, and you will just spam like crazy. So it's impossible to miss the balloon, basically. So yeah.
I've actually never tried it on KBM, but if I ever end up in the speedway again and I need to do that mini game, I will be sure to use KBM now. That sounds like a lot more fun than what I was doing with the controller.
Yeah,
But
it's fun for sure.
yeah. Logic finishing up Canyon Speedway. Well, Cameron pretty much just starting out this little balloon mini game, but still a decent like little difference between them. I'll actually try to get you an update as he enters into the next level here in a moment, which should be Mystic Marsh, if I'm not mistaken. I believe Mystic Marsh is next. I'll try to get you an update on that. We'll see how far apart the runners are. But yeah, pretty solid actually. Like, both runners putting together solid runs. Like I said, Cam making a lot of small mistakes here and there, but nothing like too crazy, you know?
Yeah. Logic's major mistake, basically the only major mistake, is failing IC or twice. But yeah, still a very, very respectable run. And yeah, now Misty Marsh, in my opinion, is like one of the more confusing levels, at least casually. If you play the game casually, this is a very, very confusing level. But when it comes to like learning the route, when you're planning to do like 100 NLS or something like that, what I take as like kind of a reference point is different parts of the trading minigame. Because like every time I deliver some like finish one part of the minigame, so deliver one object to the other place, then I just basically like remember what I should do next, right? It's like a pretty cool reference point that you can take care of and just remember the route by just simply what part of the minigame you're in right now. So yeah, it's not that difficult in speedrunning, and still, in my opinion, basically because of how like the route changed in this category right now, it's actually also a very interesting level despite everything. It's like the confusion is being pretty much eliminated over here, and you're just going with a predestined path, which is very cool to see.
Yeah, I definitely like what you were saying there about it being kind of a segmented level, because when you are able to do that and kind of associate what you did visually with like what you should be doing next, it's a really, really good memory trick, especially with a level as open as Mystic Marsh, because obviously there's just a lot you can get lost in when you're doing all this stuff. One thing I do want to mention is on entry. You want to hear how far apart they are? 53 seconds in favor of Logic.
Ooh.
Definitely not. It's definitely completely possible Cam still walks away with the dub on this one.
Oh yeah.
I know he's been practicing Winter Tundra a lot. You know, obviously when he's not running his Vortex runs, his latest passion project, along with you and some of the other SRT runners, which we might be seeing a nice race of tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
I unfortunately won't be there, but I probably will try to tune in a little bit at some point. But it's gonna be a ton of fun. We hope to see you guys there.
Yep.
Logic making that jump. Mystic Marsh is just—it's also like a very visually appealing level for me. I think there's a lot of really pretty parts of it. I like the purple water. I like how the I don't know what they are exactly, but like the pufferfish ducks.
Oh yeah.
I like how those look. I think they look really funny.
Oh yeah.
I also really enjoy the traveler's car. I don't know what he is exactly. What is he meant to be? Is he a time traveler? What is he?
He's an explorer.
Oh, okay, he's an explorer. How do you get his car onto this island? How do you get up there? What do you reckon?
That's actually a good question. Maybe like the jump power up is active. For
Oh,
him as
okay,
well. Flying cars, yep, sure.
Yep.
Okay, and Logic is Logic
Oh.
attempted the humor strat on the
Yes.
third thief. Very
That's
well
a
done.
tough glide. That's a very tough perfect cover.
It's also like because you can because if you time it wrong or just simply like do a slightly wider line, you will just simply fall from the tree, which means you just have to go like back to the power up to get up again. But yeah, Logic did it perfectly. Very cool to see.
Yeah. Both runners actually having a pretty solid Mystic Marsh. Again, I'm not too surprised. Skilled runners equal good results typically. So
Yeah.
I don't expect to see the the amount that Cam is currently behind, change too much. However, I do think both runners are good. Depending on if Cam makes that perfect hover, it's gonna be like one thing. I think he will. I know Cam. I believe in Cam.
I think also Cam goes for a slightly different route on that third thief.
Does he?
Yeah, I think he
Okay.
does a slightly different thing unless he practiced the new way. I guess we'll see.
Yeah, well,
see.
I think there's a certain level of confidence to Cam, where I think like when he's feeling himself, which right now I'm not 100% sure if he's fully feeling himself. I think he is a little bit. He's putting together a really good run. I
Yep,
think
he goes for another way of doing this.
yeah, it's totally fine. He
He will
cleans
have
up the
to.
gems
He will
differently.
have to. Yeah, he will have to basically wait for this guy over here, which is fine still, right?
Yeah, loses a little bit probably, but I know Cam's probably feeling somewhat confident. He's been putting together a really solid mid to late game right now. Not really having anything too bad happen, honestly. He had that little thing in Zephyr. But overall, I think that was like the biggest mistake he's made in the mid to late game, which really isn't all that big in the context of a 100% run, honestly. We're into your favorite level on Logic Screen now, though. How you feeling about entering Cloud Temples?
Well, that's like the first section of Cloud Temples, so going through those first buildings. It's actually pretty linear, right? It's very cool. But over here is where actually the most happens. After this section. What you can do over here is basically jump to the other side of the bridge and also like go around this building onto the other like to the other entry without waiting for this cutscene over here. Logic didn't do that. I think Cam won't also do that, but that's fine. And this is also an interesting thing, an interesting like way of doing stuff. But I think it's faster. Basically, what the Logic did is he cleaned the entire end of the level area and he left without collecting the orb. He will do that during the Agent Zero challenge. And over here also he did one cool thing. He basically grabbed the magma ball and he threw it to the third bell. So he's going to finish this minigame faster. It's a slightly faster route. After that, after finishing this minigame, what he will do is he will go up. grab the baskets and like items that are lying up there, and then he will change his FPS to 30, I believe, um, and do a little like wall support to actually get to the rocket ledge to light it up. So as you can see, he's changing his FPS 30, and now he's going to do this jump, change back to 50, light up the rocket, grab the gems, and go down. So that's the new route. Pretty cool. Pretty. Also quite a lot faster. Like I don't know, like around 10 seconds or something. He grabs all of these gems and then he clips into that trigger of like being warped to the last guy. He grabs the orb during the challenge, and then he's just going to finish the level, grab the gems, finish the orb, and head out.
So one thing I do want to mention about the FPS, like you said, he swapped between 50 and 30. The primary reason we do that, if you aren't aware, is down to the fact that gems on different FPSs fall a little bit faster. So if you are on 50, the gems will fall faster for you, meaning you can collect them a bit faster if you're using sparks, which is just obviously better for a category where you need to get all the gems anyway. So that's pretty much why. And as far as it goes from switching to 30, Spyro also coincidentally jumps a little bit higher on 30 FPS, meaning that you get to essentially make those types of jumps, those types of perfect hovers, those support jumps, as Groxu called them, or wall glides, as some might call them. It just lets you do a lot more, better, like not better movement, but it lets you do a lot more in terms of movement, I suppose.
Yep. And NLS is back in Summer Forest. He's going to do some cleaning.
Been a while since we've seen Summer Forest.
It's also quite refreshing. Like like nothing major happens over here. Right? You don't have to worry about enemies or anything like that. You just clean up stuff.
Yep. Another little therapeutic point in the run, little reprieve here and there. Gives you a second, just kind of breathe, think. You don't have to do too much crazy in terms of gem routing to grab all the gems, because obviously we've been through the area. We've already grabbed the majority of them, so we just get down and do a little bit of cleanup, pick up the orbs, climb up a ladder, and that's pretty much it.
Yep.
Well, aside from if you do quick climb.
In the meantime, Candace actually struggling to get up the rocket ledge.
No.
Yep. Very unfortunate.
Ah, man.
There you go. At last. Unfortunately.
It's a tough jump. It's a very, very tough jump.
Yeah. It's this is why I said like a supported jump, because you actually need to support yourself by the wall. Otherwise, you're just not going to make it. So yeah.
Yep. And as Logic revisits Summer Forest, we move into the revisit section of the run, essentially, because now we need to go do all the things that we couldn't do because we didn't have a power-up or an ability. So we're going through, and now we're going to be doing the Head Bash orb for Hunter, as well as the Alchemist orb, which, if you notice, we didn't do earlier on. This is again because we basically have to redo the Alchemist anyway, so it wouldn't make logical sense to do that. So instead, we are going to do the Alchemist, do a little bit of gem cleanup with the time we have because of how the trigger loads from when he gets hit by one of these Earthshaper guys. And we get to basically clean up gems while he does his thing, and then we come back and he's already finished. It's kind of cool. It makes this orb a lot better than an OG, in my opinion.
Yeah,
makes
absolutely.
It's so much more palatable.
Yeah. Also, one thing to note is the things we talked about during the first visit. Basically, Logic missed a couple of things during his first visit, so he will basically have to lose some time over here on this visit. I didn't actually pay attention to like Cameron's run through Fracture 1, so I don't know if he missed anything or not. But yeah, if he didn't, this is definitely a chance for him to make up some time. over Logic, because he, after getting this orb over here, he will have to head back into the tunnel and grab the last base, which is also about like 10 seconds or something. So, yep.
Yep. You see Cameron doing a lot of the same cleanup. It appears he got a little bit disoriented and forgot if he actually got some of the gems earlier. Start there, but he's gonna head up this ladder, take this moment. Hopefully, he's using this as a moment to kind of refocus again. After that unfortunate attempt at getting the rocket for the chest there.
Mm-hmm.
I think Cam definitely is a player that can spiral, but I think he's generally gotten a better hold on it than when I first saw him running. I think he's able to kind of refresh himself, and with moments like this in the run, he can definitely take his time and be like, well, that sucks, but let's move on. Let's keep moving. Let's, finish out strong. So we're going to see him enter Fracture as Logic is doing Shady. Again, Cam's going to run through and do roughly the same things we just saw Logic do. One noticeable difference between Shady on the first visit and the second visit is there's no Shorty. I mean, wait, we still have to escort Shorty again? Wow, this sucks. We can't just go to end of level. We have to go through the whole way, but we're going to do a little bit cleanup, picking up gems we didn't on the first visit. Obviously, you can't really get around this level without having to do a revisit, unfortunately. It's current form. So we need to go through and hit all the enemies anyway to get the invulnerability power up, which is kind of, it makes the revisit like less bad, but it's still frustrating as can be. It's too bad you can't just have head bash.
Yeah, thankfully after this room over here, we just don't care about Trolley at all. We just need to kill enemies, which there are no other gates that Shorty usually breaks, so we just can't leave him slash her, I don't actually know, behind, and and basically get all the enemies and drop down, start the minigame.
Yep. And for some reason, these hippos got stuck in a pipe. Step bro, I'm stuck in the pipe. Help me.
Okay.
We see Logic just doing his best to head bash him as quickly as possible. An interesting thing with OG is you actually have the fireball power up in most 100% runs, and you would do that. You wouldn't really do a revisit to Shady Oasis per se. You would just kind of do it all in one go, which makes it a little bit more palatable. But that's because you obviously have Gulp Skip and a bunch more options, where if we did find a Gulp Skip in this category, that could be interesting, but I don't think it would eliminate the, for the most part, it would eliminate the need for some things, but I'm not 100% sure on what we do routing-wise. It definitely could make Shady Oasis a much more palatable level, though.
It would eliminate the need to backtrack for sure. Right, because we would just simply go to gold, defeat them, buy the head bash, and then we would do Shady and Fracture in one go. So
yeah, it just makes a lot more sense. But in its current form, we have still have to do everything, just we have to do it a little bit in a different way. So now we're seeing Logic enter the last level of Hundo NLS.
Yeah.
It's I mean, that's, if you consider Ripto a level, I don't really consider it a level. I consider it a boss, but Robotica, I think it's a good point to end on level-wise. Personally, I think it's a very, very good display of a lot of the things we've seen in the run so far, such as different supercharge strats, which can be utilized in this level to do a lot of your gem pickups. I personally want to experiment a lot more with the supercharged route. And see just how far you can push it and what you can do with it to collect all the gems. So far, that hasn't really come of anything, but currently in its current form, there's a lot of things you do with the supercharge just to pick up basically as much as you can in the level in as quick a manner as you can.
Very nice Scarecrow section by Logic as well. He got all of the Scarecrows very quickly. Basically right after they started moving to this the newer faster strat. So yeah, I also tried doing some rerouting with like supercharge. I also showed stuff to Cam. basically, I tried a lot of stuff with keyboard and mouse because obviously you can like turn quicker. And you can actually do a lot of things because the corners in this level are very weird. From some corners you can basically just bounce off. You just won't bonk at all. You will just bounce off and you can continue supercharging. So you can do a lot of stuff over here, but yeah. Everything we tried so far is basically slower. The robotica level, despite how it seems convoluted, at least a little, it's also a very one of the shorter levels, I'd say. It's about 4 minutes, so one of the shortest completionist levels for sure.
Which is like nice. It's I don't think because it's 100% it has to necessarily be a long level like, you know, Aquaria Towers for example.
Yeah.
Which you do one go, but it takes like what, 9 minutes, or Zephyr that takes I think 8. It's very nice to have a very quick, very skill-based level, I think, right before Ripto. Because I mean, it's good for a runner. I think it keeps you in that mindset of this is a speed run, we have to do it as fast as possible. Not that obviously you're thinking differently throughout the run, but to kind of re-emphasize that point, it's definitely a good level to be near the end on. I think all of Hub 3 is very good for that, actually.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of very different mechanics that you need to do. Yep, I agree. Absolutely. And also one thing to notice is that Logic is actually on a decent pace to have like 155x. So like I said, he can finish even stronger than in race 1.
Yeah. This actually could even be a 154 pace, potentially. Yep. It would be a late 154, but I think he can. If I know Logic, I know he can pull it out if he puts his mind to it.
Yeah.
But pick up those last gems. Menuing? Interesting. Heading out of Robotica. Cam is still in Robotica, still doing a little bit of work here, a little bit of having to. I don't know if he can. What do you think could happen? Like realistically, aside, it would just be a Ripto death, right? That's probably the only way I think Cam pulls back, or if he gets. I think even if he gets like his gold Ripto or the best Ripto, like House's Ripto, right? I don't know if that would give him the edge. I don't think it would.
Yeah.
I think
most likely.
the difference currently is just too much.
Death is probably the only like realistic option.
Yeah. But we'll still see Cam do his absolute best. I know he's gonna, regardless of what we say, whatever he's hearing us, anything regarding that, he's just gonna be putting his best foot forward and trying to make this run as good as it can be.
Yeah.
So we see Logic in the Ripto fight. He gets a red right off the bat. I don't know if I. Ooh, let's go. That's actually very good. He can probably actually just not even hit Ripto. Yep, nice. See if we go.
Close
maybe one cycle,
but no.
Unlucky.
For one cycle phase 1, what you need to do is basically you need to shoot the literal ray. You pick up the ore. This is where you can actually like one cycle Ripto. But it's still difficult because you need to connect all of the shots, which is it's difficult in and of itself. And here for gold, a mecha gold rather, basically what you wanted to do. That's interesting.
Oh, he might. Okay, we're good.
Yeah, that was interesting.
If Hunter just soft throws there for a while, he actually could have just gotten completely screwed out of his Ripto fight here.
Yeah.
Seeing Logic, it's looking like it could be a 154 here.
Yeah. The phase 3 usually takes probably around 20 seconds. Like very bad phase 3 is probably around 30. So yeah, it's looking like 154. So very solid time.
For sure. Seeing Logic do a little bit of hover strats here and there, trying to get as many hits as quickly as possible. Because of how Ripto is code in this game. He has a lot of iframes, so you can't really chain hits too fast.
Very good.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
154.27 from Logic. Very, very good run. That's
absolutely.
about 2 minutes off his PB. GG to Logic.
That was a
Um,
very cool ending to phase 3 because after Ripto starts charging, so he's like 2 hits away from death. What he usually does is he starts like going around the castle, like around the arena rather, for a little while, and then he starts charging you again. But what Logic actually did, he hit him before he actually decided to like charge at us. So then Ripto continued moving around the arena, and the Logic could have finished him way quicker than normally. So
yes.
very good ending. 154.27 as you mentioned. Very short time, yeah.
Oh no, Tunnel of Love gave us Greta. Oh no. We don't want that. Can we have
bittersweet?
Absolutely not. You know, Dragon Shores is a great place to spend your summer vacation, I've heard, but I don't know if I'd want to spend it near Greta. That's a heartbreaker.
That's an L, yeah.
But we're going for another ride. Anyway, Cameron's into phase 1. He actually got reds, but got a nice 5 hits. You know, pretty middle of the road. Now he's gonna go for blue on the second go around. Ooh, missing him a little bit, but I think yep, he's fine. All right, heading into phase 2. One thing I do really like about OG to Reignited in this fight is strictly the fact that you can skip the cutscenes between the bosses.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's just so much nicer. Oh,
True.
okay. Well, we got that time we got one of the Colossus boys. That's
Yeah.
fine. I'll take that.
And there's an 1 cycle possibility. Cam, okay.
Come on, Cam. Give us something. Come on. He got rolled on that 1 hit.
Oh yeah.
And that just threw off. Pretty much when you go for a 1 cycle with the blue orbs in phase 2 of Ripto here, it's kind of rhythm based. Is that the right word to use? I would say rhythm is a good word. Pretty much you want to hit him as he can get hit, and then you get a free hit, and then you can get him where he recoils from the hit from another hit. I just said the word hit like 7 times. I hope you followed.
Yes.
And it's really hard. There is a lot of timing to it, and it's, you know, especially at the end of the run, it's something that, you know, people, if you do have a gold with it, it's oftentimes really hard to match a gold because of that. Heading into phase 3 though, we're gonna see Cam attempt to finish this off strong. This is definitely a much stronger performance throughout the entirety of the run than in his first race. So for that, I'm super proud of him.
Absolutely, yeah.
Honestly, really good runs from both runners. You know, despite this being minutes off their PBs or anything else, like it's a brutal run. There's a lot of RNG, as we said. There's a lot of volatile parts of it.
GG.
Both of them, yep, GG. Both of them managed to put together really good runs.
Also, very good shot. Very good last shot from Cam. And yeah, that was a bop of Logic from the first race. So, so much better run from Cam over here. It was, I believe, 6 minutes. Yeah, it was 6 minutes faster than his first run. So, big improvement in the span of that few minutes, basically, after the first race.
Totally, that was really enjoyable. I for the most part thought that was very close. I mean, there were a lot of times where Cam would get closer and Logic would throw a little bit, and Cam would get closer and then Cam would throw a little bit, and it was a lot of back and forth stuff like that. But unfortunately, it was just a matter of too many mistakes here and there that were just pretty big mistakes. Unfortunately, that came out. As Cameron said, this game sucks. Thank you for listening. A sentiment that I don't agree with per contract, but I agree with on the down low. But I'd like to hear from you guys as the runners. What do you guys think about that? How do you guys enjoy the race?
So, before I mention anything, I want to flex just a little bit. I actually golded Ripto by 14 seconds right at the very end.
W.
So,
Absolute
really,
pog.
really happy for that. But yeah, the run was decent, honestly. I was on a really good pace. Like, I know, for not playing for, I think like what, 2 weeks, only being a minute behind my PB, up until Fracture was really good. Obviously, the controller disconnecting and me missing the ring in Icy Speedway was pretty devastating. It's pretty rough. But besides that, I actually didn't lose much time from that point onwards. I had a bit of a dodgy gulp, but I think I'm pretty happy with the second run. The first run I definitely was out of it for the first half of the run, but I think I redeemed myself in the second.
Yeah. What about you, Cam? What are your thoughts?
Oh, B.
Go B.
My fucking fault. Sure, man.
Sure, man. Yeah, I know you had some also like you lost enough health to actually for the rest to actually start dropping chip in. So yeah, that's
Avoid that. Sure, man.
Sure, man.
But yeah, I definitely think that was a very interesting race. Pair of races even. Fortunately, Cam came out with the L. But do you have any words for Logic? Anything you want to throw his way?
No, I love Logic.
Oh,
That's it.
dang.
I'm gonna marry him after the stream.
Okay, that's understandable.
Yeah, right. Shit, I'm gonna end stream and then we're gonna host a ceremony.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be good.
Yeah.
But I appreciate everyone who came out, the commentary team and Cam. I know I felt bad pulling Cam back to Spyro 2 after he was doing Spyro 1 Vortex for a good bit. But I think we all did really well today, and gotta give another shout out to the commentary team. Race 1 and Race 2 commentary were really good, so I appreciate you guys for that.
Yup. R2 is kind of annoying, that's why I stopped playing it. And I was reminded today why it can be pretty annoying.
It can get to you after some time, but
Yeah. For sure.
yeah. Okay. The commentary team, do you want to give yourselves some shout-outs before I wrap everything up?
So earlier today, at the end of race 1, we heard Randy Bobandy mention Toasted Cat at ESA. Be sure to tune into that tonight. However, when you see that name of the commentator, know that it's Randy Booba, because I spent $100 on that, and just think about that. Yeah, I just want to shout out Toasted Cat again for the ESA run. Hopefully you guys tune in. It's gonna be a fun time. I know I'm looking forward to it. I'm expecting him to 109 it. I don't really have anything else. I upload anime YouTube videos, and I don't feel like that's contextual here.
Weebs
So,
out.
Weebs out. Groxu, how about you?
W.
Huh.
Can I just say that
He has such a way
going-
with words.
I want to say that basically
Great house.
y'all tomorrow there's going to be a totally pogging race of Vortex, SRT Neo Vortex on this very channel.
That'll be good. That'll be close probably every race.
Oh,
because of how
yeah.
Vortex is. It'll be down to seconds. So
Yeah.
it'll be
So
cool.
if you haven't seen how Vortex looks in SRT, then be sure to tune in. It's going to be really fun. It's a very chill category in my opinion, and also like we said, the races are going to be close, so be sure to just clock in on the same time at the same time as
Yeah,
today, which is
yeah.
4 p.m. BST. And yeah, I'm going to smash everyone, by the way.
Oh,
Oh.
damn. I'm excited
That's
for
also
that.
exciting.
Yeah, I'm excited for that, honestly, as Groxu said. I said it better than me, I'll be honest with you. Tomorrow, 4 p.m, same time, same channel 2. We are trying to push the channel to get affiliate. We have to stream, I believe it was 7 days a month. and the Saturdays will
Oh,
be
we'll
up to
get that
5.
if we keep going for sure.
Yeah, we need to. We have
Oh,
the
yeah.
Vortex stream tomorrow, and then we're gonna be doing one extra bonus stream, and I believe that'll be everything for affiliate. We can get some sick emotes in, and it'll be good.
That'll be hype. That'll be hype.
Yeah. Also, Cam, do you wanna give a shout out to your socials before we wrap
My
up again?
socials is what you see on the screen. That's my socials.
That's
so-
his name everywhere.
Logical,
Pretty much.
yeah, logical.
Name on Twitter.
Hmm.
That's my only social that fucking want you to add me on anyway. But don't add me on anywhere else. Don't be weird and add me on Facebook. So
That's it. I'm adding you on Tinder.
Oh yeah.
whoa,
baby.
whoa. Maybe you could add night shift on Tinder.
Oh.
I don't want to match outside of 200,000 miles or however far it is to England.
That's fair. Okay.
Anyways,
I appreciate all the work again, guys. Really good job today.
Nice.
yep. GG's,
problem.
boys.
GG.